or any kind of real estate.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F-words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated. And you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. We find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F-word. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys are going to be without wide receiver Brandon Cooks for Sunday's game against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and potentially longer after an infection developed in his right knee following a procedure he had last week. He had a procedure in New York following last week's win against the Giants. After he developed symptoms upon returning to Dallas, Cooks had surgery to clean out the infection in his knee. And that was performed by team doctors over the weekend. Meanwhile, you got playoff baseball happening. Astros and Tigers tied at 2 apiece. That game in the top of the 8th in Houston. It's a best-of-3 series with the Tigers up 1-0. They've got runners on first and second with 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning, looking to get things done. The Astros bringing in Josh Hader to try to stem the tide in this one. Meanwhile, the Royals out to a 1-0 lead over the Orioles. That one in the top of the second, still to come. Mets on the road taking on the Brewers. They took game 1 in that series. Also, San Diego playing host to the Atlanta Braves after San Diego took game 1 of that series.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Hope everybody's having a great day out there. We got a lot to cover coming up at 2:30. Charles Cross of your Seattle Seahawks will join us. Speak to the big left tackle coming up at 2:30. At 3 o'clock, Field Yates of ESPN will be with us. We'll do Best of the Rest. At 4 o'clock, it is Wednesday, so we'll do our Washington Wednesdays segment with Christian Capel at 4:30. And then John Morosi at 5 o'clock, talking baseball with him. So hopefully we'll be talking about the Astros being taken out 2-0 and their season coming to an end. That's what I'm hoping for, as the Tigers have the bases loaded, Dave. 2 outs, top of the 8th, game tied at 2 apiece. Josh Hader in, tried to stop this thing for the Astros, and he walked the first guy he faced. So I'm hoping he's just off today, just lays a cookie over the middle of the plate, and we see a line drive or just a ball in the stand somewhere. That'd be delightful. How about that?
I was hoping during the snapshot there that you were going to do a little play-by-play.
Oh, man. Yeah.
He's rounding second. It looks like he's going to score.
I would.
Yeah.
I'm not a play-by-play guy, but I would do it. I would take on that assignment. I just want every Astro fan to go home upset, miserable, sad.
I don't think you ever celebrated this hard for the Mariners. I think I've said this before. I think your hatred for Houston pretty much trumps any kind of fandom you have for any team anywhere.
Almost. I mean, I love the Mariners, but it's hard to get that worked up over a regular season game versus a game where this sends them home. This ends their season if they lose today.
All those people going home with long faces.
Yeah, so delightful. Yeah. Golly, that'd be great. So we'll see what they can do here. Meanwhile, Seahawks, we talked about this yesterday, Dave, that they had a number of breakdowns on defense. And, we briefly touched on this. Obviously, you were shorthanded, to say the very least. You went in to the game with 5 starters out to begin the game. And then you lost a starter in Julian Love during the game. And is that a base hit? Fair ball. That's a fair ball, Dave.
It's a fair ball.
That's a fair ball. Detroit taking the lead here in the top of the 8th inning. That's going to plate 2. Did they get 3? Did they clear the bases? Let's see. 5-2, Detroit up. Josh Hader blowing it. How about that? A triple. Oh, I'm in such a good mood.
That was in just the perfect spot.
Oh, just a life. Look at that.
Triple there. Oh. Gotta love that. Yeah, right. We were just in Detroit, obviously, and I went to this this place, an establishment that was very near what is the stadium there, Comerica? I think. Yeah, in Detroit. They love their Tigers there. And I was telling the Uber guy, I'm like, you guys killed us, man. They came on big time. Detroit did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. That's great.
But as long as they can take out the Astros, we're happy.
3-run triple, 5-2 right now. Detroit up, top of the 8th inning.
And this will be it.
If they can hang on, you still got that lineup to deal with. So we'll see what they do. But back to the Seahawks. Is it a fair expectation? I don't expect the backup to be the equal to the starter. You're a starter for a reason. So my minimal expectation is what you always talked about, and I always use Ben Burkervin is that example. And you talked about, he's not the biggest by any stretch. He's not the fastest. He's just always making the right choice. He's in the right spot. He's got gap discipline. He doesn't look like the guy who's looking around going, wait, where was I supposed to be? So that to me is the example of a guy who's not the Pro Bowler, not your star, but he's just doing the right things. I felt like we didn't see that from the backups. Is it fair to expect they're just going to be in the right? Maybe they're not going to make the play because they're not as good as the starter, but he was in the right plot. He was in the right place.
Yeah, I kind of have to take them one by one. I would say, so there is a big drop-off talent-wise. And then the other thing is when you have what ended up being more than half of your defense is out, it's going to show up as far as like talent goes. And I don't mean to call him out because I think he's had a great year. Or I'm sorry, he's had a great career. Travis Gibson, he has, but there was 2 plays where you could just see that he just wasn't fast enough. He missed a tackle on the sidelines, which ended up being one of their longer plays. It went for like 23 yards. But and then there was the play where he actually sniffs out the throwback to Jared Goff, but he just didn't have I don't know if was he injured maybe, but he just didn't really have
stumble on that
speed. I don't know, man.
Like he got off to a weird start.
It looked like his feet hurt or something. But and and I'm not ripping the guy. I'm just saying that he's had a good career, but he just didn't make those plays. And that's where, I think if you have Boye Mafe but who knows? Maybe Boye doesn't even read the play. It was a trick play. Basically Goff going back, and I thought Gibson did just a brilliant job of identifying it, but he just wasn't fast enough. So I thought that was an example. The other thing is I was going through the film last night, and I don't think we've ever said this before, but our guy Devin Witherspoon didn't have a good game. He had
that one good tackle. He had that one big one where he was engaged with a guy and kind of chucked him to the side.
He made a couple of plays, but I don't ever remember seeing him miss plays. Yeah. And there was a couple of angles that he took, one on the long touchdown pass for 70 yards, and then the other guy on that one was Dodson. I thought Dodson should have stayed a little wider in his zone. It was a blitz with a zone behind it, and he just didn't. He kind of got sucked inside. I gotta say also, man, Jared Goff threw some really good. I wrote down one time in one of these plays, I was like, lucky throw. I mean, he just slung it sidearm. It was like 20 yards downfield. It goes right in between two zone defenders. And I'm like, okay, you just have to tip your cap to that one. But yeah, I mean, there was a couple of times that I saw that you're like, and on another play, it was like, okay, there's no pass rush. Goff is back there just patting the ball. I mean, that's our D line. Yeah. And I don't want to say Uchenna because, I think Derek Hall is a starter, but if you had Boye Mafe, I think he would have made a difference. And I think Boye Mafe, I look at him like there's two guys right now that I think are headed for superstardom on this team, and one of them's Ken Walker, and then the other is Boye Mafe. So if you have him out there, some of these plays get made. So I would say, there's time. This was a good offense, and this is a good team, and you need to have your best players. So I guess if I were to say one thing, was it Spoon having not so great game? Is it the lack of talent out on the field and the backups not out there, or is it just the assignments? And I hate to say this, Bob, it was kind of a mixture of all
of everything. Well, yeah, and we talked about their backups, they're not getting the reps, but Coach McDonald in this cut here is asked about being down 5 starters going in, and he mentioned the reps in this.
I think Greg asked me that last night. And maybe this isn't the right thing, but I felt like all these guys, I mean, they've gotten a ton of reps. I was excited to see Miles Adams play. Travis Gibson was a guy that's been, playing pretty well. Tyus getting an opportunity. So, we didn't want to just go like, hey, let's just take a 90-degree turn here. I mean, we're calling our stuff, and just wasn't good enough.
So he's saying they got plenty of reps. Now,
yeah.
What that mean? Is it enough, or that plenty by his estimation, but maybe it wasn't enough to ingrain in them? This is my assignment on this play, or when this happens, here's where I'm at, and But I thought Mark Schlereth, who was with us yesterday, if you guys missed that conversation, always very good.
He was gold yesterday.
Yeah,
man.
Definitely check that out on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. But he talked about with starters being out, it's not just the talent gap; it's that communication that they've worked on, that they've developed, takes a hit as well.
But when you start missing 4, 5, and 6 of your guys, when you consider there's only 11 dudes that get to play at one time, that is a big deficit that you have to try to overcome. And so that does. I mean, it hurts. And the other thing is not only it hurts from a physicality standpoint and your ability to play that position and play that role, but it really hurts the defense and communication. Being able to communicate everything, being able to talk to one another, being able to be in the right place. Those things do get that gets lost in the wash, so to speak, because people just don't understand how much you have to communicate on a football field to actually be a really good team. So there's another thing that you would look at and say, well, that didn't bode well for them, and it never will when you lose that many guys that are starters.
That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. Well, and
more than just the guy didn't know where he should be, just that, we're not all used to being on the field together at the same time, so that the communication part of it, outside of the talent gap, really takes a hit.
Yeah, and it's kind of piled on because on a lot of the plays that I looked at, I wrote too many gaps. And that's the problem with the defense right now, and it was the problem in New England, and anytime that they've given up big runs, they motion guys into the box, and so anytime that you put an extra body inside the box, the run in the run game and the run defense, you're creating another gap. Another gap that needs to get taken care of. And there was more than, I don't know, 5, maybe 6 times where I saw that we got 8 guys in the box, they got 9 gaps, and their running backs are really adept at finding that. So I think they probably would have struggled with that part of it, even with all the starters, just because they're trying to iron out this defense and figure that part out.
Now, back to the big plays. You brought up this play right here, which was really, really hurtful.
1st and 10 at their own 30. Play fake by Goff. Blitz is coming. The throw, a crossing route, and there go the Lions. From the line of scrimmage, first play, it's going to be a touchdown reception. The Seahawks blitz. They don't get home. Nobody was covering. A 70-yard. Flags are down on the celebration. It was Jamison Williams who caught the pass on a crossing route in the middle of the field, and there was just nobody home to pick him up. Seahawks defense is really having some issues tonight against this Detroit offense.
So what happened there?
Yeah, that was the one with Dodson. They brought pressure, and there was maybe a couple of times where you're like, okay, how about we just don't bring pressure and just drop back and play zone defense? And and I thought on that one it was a combination of Dodson and Witherspoon. Spoon just didn't make a play, took a bad angle. And then, Dodson kind of got caught in the middle of the field, whereas, like I said, there was a blitz with him playing zone behind it, and they ran a crosser that ended up being right in his zone.
And he was too wide or not wide enough?
He wasn't wide enough, yeah. So, I mean, that guy's a good player, man. He's a starter. So a lot of it, I thought as far as the pass rush goes, you could have used that, definitely. And I think you would have got home on some of those if you had Mafe in there or, Uchenna. But, there was a few of those plays, but a lot of it was kind of, a guy who's just not ready to play. And, and I thought that was some of the plays with Gibson. He kind of had a rough night. But, yeah, I mean, and then, again, you didn't get Spoon making all those big plays, he had the one tackle on that was dropped on that. And I think this was this the third quarter one, Mike? This next one where Montgomery, like kind of a short catch, but then, he breaks a couple of tackles.
This happened at the start of the third quarter here.
1st and 10 for the Lions at their own 30-yard line. Play fake. Goff is going to throw. Looks deep. Now he comes off, throws shallow, bouncing off a one tackler. Still fighting is Montgomery. Still on his feet. Breaks another tackle down the near sidelines. And finally pushed out of bounds by Jennings. And that's unfortunate because at least 4 Seahawks had a shot at bringing Montgomery down, and they simply could not.
Sort of a collective fail there, huh?
Absolutely.
Who was the first one who put the hit on?
Spoon.
Okay.
Yeah, and the thing is, you could hear the clack of the pads up in the booth.
Yeah, I think you could hear it on that cut.
Yeah, it was a big hit, and all he did, he just didn't wrap up. That's the coaching point there. So, and he was in the right spot. He's used to making those kinds of tackles, and look, we're used to Devin Witherspoon just being amazing, right? Mm-hmm. And it wasn't a terrible game for him, but he just didn't make the plays that you typically see. I think the other guys that missed the tackle, the next one was Dodson, and then the other one was I think Dre Jones early on because he cut it back, and so the pursuit from the D-line. So yeah, there's 3 good players right there that are your starters that missed tackles.
Yeah.
So I thought and then you put on top of that, this is a good offense that they played.
Right.
They got 2 really good running backs and some great receivers like St. Brown, and then, you got Goff who goes 18 for 18 inexplicably.
Well, as far as looking at what went wrong with the defense outside of starters being gone, communication, all that, does it make you feel better coming out of it going, yeah, these are easy fixes. These are the basics of defense. This isn't, hey, the scheme doesn't fit this guy or this guy's not fast enough or blah, whatever it could be. It sounds like it to me from the novice point of view, it sounds like, yeah, that's an easy fix.
Yeah, the only thing I would say, though, is, and this is something that's been going on, and they thought they got it fixed in the New England game, but the run gaps are kind of, I thought that their guy, Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator, did a good job of bringing guys, like I said, in the box, and now you got extra blockers, and now, because there's a couple of times, and Tyrese Knight, by the way, he made a couple of really nice open field tackles. I think he gets fooled a little bit, and sometimes he has those problems with which gap to take. But there's lots of times where if I'm him, I'm sitting there looking at, you look at the end zone shot, and I'm like, do I take that gap or that gap? Mm-hmm. I don't really know, and you got to commit to it early. And there was lots of times where I thought he was confused, and not because. I think it was because of the scheme. And so there's something I think that they have to fix in their run defense there, no question.
Do you think that changes with Baker there? Is that just an experience thing? I mean, we're talking about a rookie who's shown promise, as you said, made some nice plays, but he's still a rookie, seeing things for the first time at this level. I don't have a feel for Baker at all. I honestly don't. I mean, we didn't see him at all in the preseason. We saw him, for one game?
Yeah,
this year?
Against New England.
Yeah, so I don't, and that's a game where they got trucked on the ground. So I don't really know what I should expect from him or what he brings to the table.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you put him in the same situation that you saw Tyrese Knight in, he's probably not going to have much success either. I mean, there's a couple of situations where they get you with, like I said, bringing extra guys in and blocking, and there's just not enough guys to cover the run. And and I think I sent you guys a picture in New England, and there was some of this going on in the Detroit game where there was, the one D lineman is sealed off on one side, the other one on the other side is sealed off, and then there's a big 320-pound guard and a linebacker who's 215. What are you supposed to do? I mean, you take that guy head on. The old school way of doing it you would headbutt him, try to press him, and then shed him away to which side the box the running back goes. And
feels like you're running into a wall.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal, and you don't want to put that kind of pressure.
Who's got 100 pounds on you, over 100 pounds? You're going to headbutt him. He's going to go, seriously?
See, that's why I weighed 255 because when I was playing, because that's what you had to do. But yeah, I mean that was a part of it. I mean, there was, like I said, it's always a boring answer. You go, well, it was a little bit of everything, but I guess if I would have picked one of those things. Maybe if they repair the some of the gaps in the run game, or is it I want all my players healthy, or is it Spoon has one of his spectacular games? I mean, to me, I'll take the health of the guys, because you mentioned it, and so did Mark, that it does, as far as the communication goes, it does take a hit. But I'll say this, one good thing. Tyrese Knight, I really like some of the things that he's doing. And in order to make an open field tackle the way he did the other night, he had a couple of good ones. This one was on Laporta. You have to be really confident, and he's starting to come along in that area.
Good. It's good to see, good to hear. Hey, get ready for Thursday night football as your Seahawks take on the 49ers, the hated 49ers, on October 10th. Seattle Sports is looking to give away 4 tickets to watch this rivalry in person, and all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. Now, if you haven't downloaded the app by this point, what is going on? It's free. It's easy. It's convenient. It's right there for you, and you can win tickets. So if you don't have the app, text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download it. You can enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, October 7th. So there you go. Good luck to you on that one. Let's take 2.
Dave, are you looking at your phone to see if you have the app?
I was going to send
enter?
an app, but Bob went too fast. So
okay.
He's like, how do you
it's
spell
easy,
that?
so we'll get Wyman to do it, and then anyone can do it. Seahawks are only doing a walkthrough today, but Mike McDonald said earlier he expects Uchenna to take part, so that's some good news there, along with Boye Mafe and Leonard Williams, but no Byron Murphy. Now on the Giants side, Malik Neighbors did not practice today. He is still in, quote, the early stages of the concussion protocol.
Do you worry about a hamstring with a guy that size, Dave? Because that's a big hamstring.
Because the hamstring itself is so large?
No, but that injury in any sport seems to be one of those that just lingers. very often you see guys that have been dealing with it and they're hobble and they don't look right for a while. It seems like it's bothersome.
Yeah, I don't. It's weird. That's one that I never had a problem with.
You had every other injury in the world, but no hamstring.
Yeah, but some would say maybe it's because I wasn't fast enough to pull a hamstring.
I don't think speed's got anything to do with it. Yeah. I've done it walking.
Well, MLB has addressed one source of outrage, the All-Star Game unis. They announced a couple days ago that now players will go back to wearing their own team uniforms beginning with this upcoming 2025 All-Star Game. So no whatever generic things they're throwing out there over the past few seasons.
Those were awful this year. I mean, those seem usually there's somebody on the other side of the argument or a small group. Well, no way, this is great, when everybody else is saying this is terrible. I didn't hear anybody saying this was great. They were awful.
I know. And who are the people that come up with that? And how is it that they go unchecked? This reminds me of NFL Rewind. Like, they had the best system like 4 years ago, and they've tried to fix it, and they went back, and it's terrible. You can't see it. Used to have the play and the time and everything, and the geniuses at the NFL decided to just make it entirely so you can't navigate efficiently. And it's kind of the same theme, and it's like, how come there wasn't somebody
with taste
in the MLB, headquarters that are like, guys, come on, really?
Yeah,
these are terrible.
Yeah, wear your team's uniform. Yeah, that's and supposedly all the uniforms are going to be fixed next year. The regular season uniforms, the pants won't be see-through.
I guess. I mean, we'll have to wait and see or not see. So
yeah, the nameplate's supposed to be bigger again, back to its normals. I mean, what a disastrous year for the uniforms. All-Star Game and regular season. And now they've got logos on their helmets during the playoffs, which looks really weird.
So that's why, one source of outrage with the uniforms. But now there are more things that pop up to anger all of us.
All right. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. He's been amongst the best offensive linemen in the NFL this season. Charles Cross joins us to talk about all of that and everything going on with the Hawks. That is coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
After suffering their first loss of the season, the Seahawks are ready to get back to work.
He's going to score 10-5. He dives in. Touchdown, Seahawks. Ken Walker III, welcome back, brother.
This Sunday, the Hawks look to bounce back as they host the New York Giants.
Coming underneath JSN on a quick throw backside, Charbonnet down the near sideline, first down.
Kickoff 1:25. Pre-game coverage starting at 10.
Wow! Pull one out of the back of the playbook.
On your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and as you know, it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I'm honored to partner with the Harnish Auto family and the Carol Milgar Breast Center in the fight against breast cancer. For every test drive this month, they'll donate $25 on your behalf. Simply visit any of their 6 amazing dealerships, including Subaru, Volkswagen, and Chevy Buick GMC of Puyallup, or Kia and Chevy of Everett. No purchase necessary, just take a spin and make a difference. It's the Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
It's football season, and that means colder weather is on the way. If it's time to update your windows and doors, talk to Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Local owner Keith Dashafee has a great deal just for you.
That's right, Steve. Now you can get 20% off qualifying installations or 0% financing for 24 months with equal payments. Just schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors at PellaPNW.com.
Thanks, Keith. Check out the unbeatable selection of windows and doors today at PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at MBAHealthTrust.com.
As a Lennox Premier Partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people, HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
As fall and winter weather sets in, your lawn becomes a muddy mess, and your kids and pets bring the mud inside. But with Synthetic Turf Northwest, you can have a lush, green yard year-round. No mud, no mess. Their premium synthetic turf systems drain fast and stay clean, no matter how hard it rains. Right now, during the Fall Blitz, you can save up to $1,500 on a new synthetic lawn. So say goodbye to muddy paws and say hello to your dream lawn. Call Synthetic Turf Northwest today or visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com to get started.
Natchez RV Resort Phase 2 is open. Reserve your showing now for this weekend. Ty, tell us about it.
Our Phase 2 features a release of 12 extra-large RV lots starting at only $89.9, complete with full hookups. Don't have an RV? Come see a stunning turnkey park model. It's the perfect way to make Natchez RV your home away from home.
Natchez RV Resort has 300 days of sunshine and year-round family fun. Fishing, hunting, snow skiing, golf, river rafting, outstanding wine tasting, and more.
Our 4,300 square foot clubhouse is now open with gourmet kitchen, great room, fitness center, showers, and laundry.
Completed are the pickleball courts, playground, dog park, and miles of recreational trails. The saltwater swimming pool and hot tub are just a few weeks away. So reserve your showing now for this weekend, featuring 12 extra-large lots from just $89.9. 800-422-6009. 800-422-6009. NatchezRVResort.com.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Geno Smith set a Seahawks franchise record with 56 pass attempts on Monday and threw for a career-high 395 yards. He was fantastic under a lot of pressure in the loss to the Lions. Mike McDonald acknowledged his quarterback's impressive performance on the Mike McDonald Show with Brock and Salk, but he says having that many dropbacks is not something they want to have him repeat.
I played a really good game. They gave him some hard things. You know, he was like the way they rush and like with Aiden there, you know, you don't have forever back there. And so he's making fast decisions. I think our guys are getting their spots well. In the way the game played out, we needed him to do that. I mean, we don't want to, I love Geno having massive amount of stats, but I don't know how many times he's dropped back, but that's not a consistent winning formula. But the guys did what they needed to do to keep us, you know, and keep us in the game.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
911, what is your emergency?
There's a fire in my building. Please send help right away.
What is the address of the fire?
My address. Hold on. Oh, wait. The fire sprinkler just went off, and it's putting out the fire.
Good to hear. The fire department will still be dispatched as a precaution.
Fires are fast, but fire sprinklers are faster. Fire sprinklers get water on a fire immediately to protect you and your property. Install fire sprinklers in your home or business today. Brought to you by Puget Sound Area Fire Protection Contractors.
This is Stacey Rost. Is that leaky faucet driving you crazy? Don't wait until it becomes a flood. Call Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At Ben's Plumbing, they pride themselves on 5-star service, where your satisfaction is their priority. Whether it's a stubborn clog or a complete plumbing overhaul, their team of dedicated professionals is here to help with no commission sales tactics. Just honest, reliable service you can count on. Call today at 206-789-5353 or visit Ben's.plumbing. That's Ben's.plumbing.
You know, someone asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. So I actually went home and counted how many connected devices in my home. It is more than a dozen, all to keep us connected to the good stuff, our streaming, gaming, all the internet, and you name it. Well, Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. And that's why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices, hundreds for real. And now through October 10th, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract, and ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary. 1-800-XFINITY.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, the Seahawks fresh off a big battle on Monday Night Football where the offense was explosive. It was fun to watch that side of the ball, and a member of the offense is joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline. Seahawks left tackle Charles Cross is with us. Charles, how are you, man?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
We're doing good. I'm curious, what the mood or the response to that game was. I mean, you never like to lose. There's no selling that, but on the offensive side of things, it felt like you guys took a very big step forward and things just seemed to be working. How coming out of that game and looking at it on tape, how'd you feel about it?
I feel like we improved from last week. We'll just continue, get better and better each week and grow as a group.
Hey, Charles, for you personally, and I talked to Coach Grubb about you a little bit, and he just said everything was different for you coming back this year and just having a great year. You're a great leader, all kinds of different praise from Coach Grubb. What's been, do you feel that? Do you feel that something's different this year for you?
I definitely feel like it's different. This is my third year in the league, so just being more comfortable, having great guys around me, and the best before is, just giving me the knowledge, be able to, help my teammates and help the team.
Did you make a conscious decision maybe in the offseason when there's that much movement on the line, different bodies coming in? Did you feel like, I got to be a leader? I'm the guy, the left tackle protecting the quarterback's blind side here. It's kind of my line kind of thing. Do you feel that?
I feel like it was more just getting to know the guys that came in. Just starting from the off-season training to mini camp to training camp, just continue to improve that relationship with the guys in the room and all of us seeing things through one set of eyes.
Yeah, and that's, I feel like, Charles, it's always, first of all, every team I was on, the offensive linemen were always super tight. But, and even off the field, like in the locker room and going to dinner and things like that, that has to be the case, right? I mean, you guys definitely benefit from being tight with the guys next to you. I feel like it's more important than any other position on the team.
Yeah, definitely. Just getting to know the guys, man. You gotta have like this synergy. You gotta have great communication. So just getting to know everyone and all us being on the same page is a big part of that.
How much does it change at all, if at all, when you've got Ken Walker back there versus Charbonnet or anybody else for that matter? It seems like Ken Walker is just a little bit different in the way he moves, and he's not a guy that goes down easily. Does that change anything for you guys up on the line?
No, it really doesn't. We got a great group of backs, great group of receivers, man, and all of them special in their own ways. And I feel like when they get the ball in their hands, they can make plays.
Like Bob just kind of brought up, that K9 just looks different this year, man. He looks faster, and have you noticed that, Charles? That he looks explosive, and I thought there was a lot to like offensively what you guys did the other night. But K9, is it just hard work, or is he getting better, or is what do you think's the difference for him?
I feel like it's a combination of both. He's a great hard worker. He does a great job preparing for the game, and when he gets opportunities, he definitely take advantage of them.
How much different is this offense for you from what you were doing in years previous? Obviously, with Pete Carroll, completely different coaching staff, everything's new. Do you feel like you're still learning, or does it feel comfortable right now? Where are you at with the new system?
I feel good about it. Obviously, like from week to week, you got to adjust the game plan and do different things. But I feel like each week we're growing and getting better and better at it.
Charles, who's been the toughest matchup for you guys, you think, as far as the teams that you've faced this year? Was there any one team or any one player like Hutchinson or somebody that really stood out to you?
I feel like throughout the season so far, we played against a lot of good teams, a lot of great players. So for me, just taking it 1 week at a time and attacking the opponent that's in front of us for each week.
Hey, as far as your game goes, was there anything specifically you worked on in the offseason? We've had some of our former players that were old linemen talk about your footwork looks better, your stance, things look maybe a little different. Did you refine your mechanics, if you will, in the offseason, or what's changed for you?
Yeah, definitely just worked on refining my technique, my mechanics, just working on the little things, just working to be more detailed and this helped me play better and help the team at the end of the day.
Hey, tell us about Gino. There's been a couple of times where you guys have overcome adversity, and I've seen Gino kind of call all of you guys together, and there's no screaming or yelling or panic or anything. He just seems like he's just become a really good leader. Tell us about Gino and what he's meant to this offense this year.
I feel like he's done a great job, leading this offense and being poised in tough situations and having everyone be together and play as one and getting us in the right positions to be successful at the end of the day.
Hey, Charles, are you somebody that pays any attention to preseason when teams or analysts are talking about teams and predictions about records and this is going to be a good team, this is going to be a bad team? Do you follow any of that?
I don't.
Okay, because there seemed to be nationally a lot of skepticism about the Seahawks. Most felt like, this could be a growing year. They could take a step back before they take a step forward. I'm guessing you guys didn't feel like that. This feels like, the defense is better than it was last year. It feels like the offense really hit a different stride this week. Does it feel like it's just maybe overall a better team?
I feel like, we've done a lot, to improve and become better. And I feel like as a collective group, we just continue trying to get better and better from week to week.
Hey, Charles, I know you come from a great family, and you're tight with your family. Are your family and friends coming on the road, and have they been able to watch you play this year?
Yeah, they have. They came out to the Miami game this year, and I know for sure. I think when we play Atlanta, they're going to come out to that game also.
Sometimes you play for free, right? You're buying so many tickets, right? What's the most that you've had to get for your family?
I'll probably say, I think like maybe 12, I think.
Yeah, no, that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's not bad. We've heard about a much higher number for some other players, man. It's almost unfair. Hey, so what did you do in the offseason? Are you somebody that, all right, I'm taking 2 weeks off, I'm not doing a thing but laying on the couch, and then I'm going to start training again? How much time do you take off?
I took some time off, did a little bit of traveling, and once I got back from that, I just got back to work, started back training, get my body right, and doing my skill position work.
Where'd you travel, Charles?
So I went to Cabo early in the off season, New York, and I went home for a little while too. That was pretty much it.
Yeah,
Nice.
and then you got to work a little bit on the was it the schedule release? I think that video that you did. You were a big part of that.
Yeah, that was a dope video.
Yeah, how fun was that?
It was fun. It was fun. Just being able to be a part of that and have some fun doing it. It was a great opportunity.
Hey, Charles, when a season doesn't go the way you want, you don't get to the playoffs, you don't go as far as you want in a season, do you have a different kind of, hunger or eagerness to get back to it in the offseason? Are you more in that mode of, man, I can't wait to get back, we got to get back to the postseason?
Yeah, of course. I feel like me personally, I hate losing. I hate not being successful at the end of the day. So it definitely adds a little bit of motivation toward the end, for sure.
Hey, Charles, are you a guy that likes to get away from football? When you go home or after a game or whatever, are you watching other games, or are you just trying to watch movies and get your mind off it? What do you do?
I feel like it's a little bit of both. It just depends on the time period. Depends if we play early in the week, late in the week. It just depends.
Well, Charles, congrats on the start. I know that, again, this game didn't go the way you wanted, but the offense looked fantastic, and you're still sitting atop the NFC West. So things are good right now. We wish you nothing but the best. Thanks so much for taking time with us.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
There you go. There's Charles Cross with us. If you guys tuned in the middle of that, missed any part of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab and click on our picture. It'll be right there waiting for you, and click subscribe, because then you never have to do it again. Don't even have to think about it. It just shows up for you. All right, coming up, it's tough to keep running backs healthy, but can the Seahawks do something close to that with Ken Walker? We'll get into that next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Where's Geno rank here after the first 4 games of this season?
I would disagree with Colin Cowherd.
Geno Smith, he was firing tonight. I mean, we all kind of see him as a B quarterback.
Geno's number 1 in completion percentage. Geno's number 1 in yards thrown. Geno is top 10 in QBR. The QB rating is down because of interceptions, a few of which he had nothing to do with. I mean, Geno right now is an A player. Geno right now is a top 10, if not top 5 quarterback in the league.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Oh, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well, so it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you could be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Hey, college students, want to save more on groceries? Every dollar counts, so my friends at Safeway are helping by giving all university, community, and technical college students an extra 5% savings every day. It's called Safeway for You. Sign up is free and easy. Safeway for You members get extra savings with perks, points, and free products. For all the details and terms, visit Safeway.com/FOR and the letter U. That's Safeway.com/for-you.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Under these arches, opposing teams are put to the test. Can they hear themselves over the boom of the 12s? Can they withstand the Seattle elements? Can they compete against us? Touchdown, Seahawks! This city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Charles Cross, who joined us in the previous segment. If you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, it will be on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Field Yates will join us at 3 o'clock, so just about 15 minutes from now. Make sure you catch up with us on that one. He's always great. We'll do Best of the Rest at 4 o'clock. Christian Capel, 4:30 for Washington Wednesdays. And then John Morosi, who I would imagine is very happy as a Tigers fan, a Detroit fan, has got to be ecstatic right now as the Tigers took out the Astros. The Astros season is over, Dave, after 2 brief games on their home field.
More importantly, the Tigers get to carry on and continue in the series.
Don't care at all about that. What I do care about is that it was a 2-game sweep on the Astros home field, sending every one of those fans home miserable and sad.
And they're probably all thinking we should have cheated like we did a few years ago.
I liked this better when we were cheating. We were so much more successful. That's I suppose they can say, well, at least we got there. Well, all right, you were there for a hot second, and Detroit took care of that. Toot sweet, boy. So that was great. That was delightful. Well done, Tigers. So, yes, they move on. I think they're facing Cleveland. Is that right, Lefko?
I think it depends, right? Because KC's the lowest seed. So if they would win.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, like I said, I don't really care now that the Astros have been eliminated. Now I just root for the players I like. So there's not really a team that I'm that attached to in the playoffs. The one that I really wanted out is now out after 2 games.
For whatever reason, I really like the Guardians.
Yeah,
I like the Guardians. I like the way they're built. I like Stephen Kwan, kid from Oregon State. Love watching Jose Ramirez. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a surrogate team.
As far as we've talked about the running back position and how it's been devalued, and we'll talk to Field Yates about this, get his take on it. But it just, anymore, if you draft a running back, I don't know, any earlier than the 4th or 5th round, it feels like there's ridicule that comes with that. That it's like, what are you doing? You can get a running back in the 7th round, you get a free agent, and they're just as productive. And, well, the Seahawks have gone back-to-back years where they took 2nd-round running backs. Running back in the 2nd round back-to-back years in Ken Walker and Charbonnet. And Ken Walker looks like he's a special running back. But like every other one, that's a brutal position. I mean, you're guaranteed to be hurt, essentially. And he has been. He's missed 2 games in each of his first 2 seasons. And he's already missed 2 games this season. So does that give you any level of concern about his durability or his availability? We love who he is. He's electric. But just being available.
Well, I mean, look, if you're going to miss as a running back 2 games a year, I'll take that any day, man. And that's why you've got 2 2nd-rounders, and I think they've both totally lived up to it. But he's missed a couple of games already. Hopefully that's it, because that's been the trend for him. But it's just so hit or miss, and I think that's one position where everybody gets super fired up about, because like this weekend, Derrick Henry. He had that I think it was the opening play or maybe it was the first play or first series or whatever. But I mean, he outran everybody. He's 30. He's 30 years old.
He's
but I mean,
beast. And he's big.
Yeah, he's got 480 yards already this year, and the next closest is like 447. And there's only two other players, and one of them, Jordan Mason, the kid from San Francisco. That's the backup and late round
backup
draft
to McCaffrey.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think you get excited about it. And, but there's going to be injuries. That's just the nature of that. And so if Ken Walker can, miss 2 games a year, that'll be a fantastic career for him. That's for sure. I think the all-time Iron Man is Frank Gore to me, for how long he did it and how durable he was. But
Adrian Peterson was pretty darn durable. I mean, it was right after he blew out his knee, came back really quickly, and then rushed for 2,000 yards.
Yeah. It was
freak.
And I think he blew out his knee like in December, and then he was back playing in September. So, but yeah, it's one of those positions where you're just going to get hurt, and I like what they're doing. By the way, I'm just looking at the rest of the NFL. The number 13 and number 14 leading rushers are Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, what we just faced, and they have 285, 271. And that's just, you have that kind of a run attack, and you got 2 guys. That's the key right there, is that you have to have a couple of them, because you're gonna get worn down. And the Seahawks do have Charbonnet. I don't know how much of a difference there is between K9, but I think he's faster for sure. And then and I think maybe Charbonnet is a little bit better and more patient at setting up his blocks and things like that. But it's nice to have those 2 guys, because it's very important that you have a run game, and they're starting to get it going now. And I expect some special things from K9 this year. He just looks different.
Well, and it's such a help to the offense, to say the obvious there, that it sets up the play fakes, and you got to honor the run as a defense, where if you can shut down the run, you become very one-dimensional. So having them run the ball is absolutely crucial. And Geno Smith talked about Ken Walker and the things he does, in his opinion, that no other running backs can do.
Oh, man, he's special. He's special, man. You see the plays that he's making. I don't think any other running back could, do some of the stuff that he's doing. I mean, I'm surprised every time he makes, one of those just crazy plays. And, to have him and Zach back there, to have that 1-2 punch, and to be able to utilize both of those guys within our offense, it just makes us that much better. And so just having Ken back, man, it's great. I just enjoy having him on our team.
Remember that play he made? Well, I think it's the play where he got hurt. He got the lobe strained.
Yeah.
That was against Denver, where he looked like he was just his momentum was gonna carry him out of bounds, and he just just leaps into the end zone, and he's like horizontal in the air.
He was
10
flying,
feet in the air. Yeah,
he was flying.
Incredible.
But as a defender, I mean, this. What was it like to face a team that you had to account for both?
Yeah.
Hey, you want to stop the run and make them one-dimensional, and you guys could load up, but when they have an effective run game and passing game, that had to be a nightmare for you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the teams. I guess the Raiders, they had some speed on the outside, and then they had Bo Jackson and Marcus Allen, and
the Chiefs with Christian Okoye and.
Yeah. I mean, and they had just huge offensive linemen there too. They were just going to load up and run the ball. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing is about, to me, is about health this year. And if he can somehow avoid that, and I like that it was, whatever the oblique thing. I mean, if it was his knee or some kind of hamstring, I feel like it would linger on. And so I feel like this is kind of like ribs it sounds like Big Cat's going to be back.
Yeah.
So those couple of week type of deal.
Maybe you could talk to him about that.
Concerned.
That shot.
What is there a shot you could take?
I've heard.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Ever since the Tyrod Taylor thing, where he got his lung punctured.
Oh, by the needle.
Yeah. I think that's where a lot of
that made me a little apprehensive.
Yeah, I have to say, I got my ribs shot up in the preseason.
You're a maniac.
Who
does
here's
that
why.
in the preseason?
I'll say why though. There was some reason for concern. I had something to prove, and it was my first year in Denver, and I don't think they thought it was working out the way that they thought it would.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I'm playing in this game.
Yeah.
No question about it.
You're a gamer,
and it I'll tell you what, it paid off. It paid off.
Now look at you. Accomplished.
Yeah, look at me now.
Look at me now.
If I had taken that shot in the ribs, I would not be sitting here.
Yeah. Thank God you did.
Looking at Matt Nelson He's about
I'm just
to
so
pull
thankful to that doctor.
Matt's about to pull a muscle laughing.
This never would have happened, Matt. Thank goodness for the shot. Hey, by the way, speaking of Matt, he's our gold medalist when it comes to complaining and what's bugging us. You guys know that segment. We talk about the things that bother us. Well, we want to hear from you, and we've given you the option to sort of call in. We'll let you record what's bugging you. If you've got the Seattle Sports app, which I hope or assume most of you have at this point, you just open it up right there on the front page, lower left-hand side, you see a little tab that says call in. Just press that, start recording. Just start your complaint with what's bugging me is, and then give us 20 seconds on anything. Doesn't matter. Sports, non-sports, your significant other, traffic, eggs, Q-tips, whatever it is that's bothering you.
The new one. The gummy bears.
The gummy bears. The gummy bears.
The Haribo. Yeah. Gummy
well,
bears. There's only 5 in the little packets.
They're going cheap on those. But, yeah, we'll play the best ones. We'll do that Friday. So you got a couple days to put it together, and you got to get through the stringent screening process of Mike Lefko in order to make the cut. Otherwise, we're just not playing him. We just can't let poor quality happen. He won't let it slip through. So you got to dazzle him. Meanwhile, we'll get some good insight on everything happening around the NFL when ESPN's Field Yates joins us next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
For me, Dave, coming out of that game, looking at how shorthanded the Seahawks were, and so was it just a matter of a better team beating the Seahawks, or was it attrition on the defensive side of things?
Well, it's both. Look, you can't discount what they had as far as their injuries. I mean, by the way, do I owe Jared Goff an apology?
Yeah, I think you probably do, sir. I would hope Jared Goff checks in, as he is wont to do on the text line every now and again at 866-979-3776.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Paid political announcement. A Bob for Bob update. In 2021, Bob pushed decriminalizing fentanyl just like Oregon. In 2023, more than 1,000 citizens in King County died from fentanyl overdose in a single year. While other states enforce and arrest fentanyl dealers, Washington, under 12 years of Bob, has become a leader in fentanyl deaths and last in law enforcement officers per citizen. It's simple. Vote Bob if you want more crime and less safety. Paid for by the Bob for Bob Committee, 1283 Puyallup, Washington, 98371. Top 4 donors: Steve Gordon, Fremont Dock Company, Brian Haywood, and Susie Burke.
All right, guys, it's Mike Salk here, and the summer is definitely over. I know you've had your fun. So did I. Maybe you let it get away from you a little bit, but now you know it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you. It's all possible. You got a teammate in Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, no injections, just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and then keep that weight off for the long term. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic knows the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real, healthy foods that you buy at the grocery store and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. So schedule your free online consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. The program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days, including myself. You can do it in person or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases. I've found that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client, and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Davante Adams apparently has two particular teams he'd love to go to if he is traded away from the Raiders. Those two teams, the New York Jets and the New Orleans Saints. This according to sources speaking with ESPN's Adam Schefter. Ideally, he'd like to play with a quarterback he knows, sources told Schefter. The Jets obviously have Aaron Rodgers, his former teammate from the Packers, and the Saints have Derek Carr, his former teammate at Fresno State and the Raiders. So the Raiders, up for their part, have informed other teams they would consider trading Adams for a package that would include a second-round draft pick and additional compensation. So we'll see if that actually happens. Meanwhile, you got playoff baseball happening right now. The Royals up 1-0 over the Orioles. That game in the top of the fifth. Kansas City leads that best-of-3 series 1-0. Still to come, Brewers hosting the Mets after the Mets took game 1 of that series, and the Braves in San Diego for game 2 against the Padres. Padres up 1-0 in that series. The big one today, though, the Tigers complete the 2-game sweep. They beat the Astros and send them home for the offseason. 5-2 the final in that one.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Contour Fence.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, the Seahawks finally took their first loss of the season, but they still sit atop the NFC West, and a man who keeps an eye on all of it for ESPN. He's a draft analyst. He talks fantasy football. He's an NFL insider. He does it all, and he's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Field Yates is with us. How are you, man?
I am doing well. I can't believe it's almost a quarter of the way to the NFL's regular season. It always flies by, but what a finish it was to Week 4 of the NFL regular season. Disappointing for the Seahawks, but I don't know if this is a silver lining or a consolation. I thought that was a high-level football game by two teams who probably will be playing football into January.
I tend to agree with you on that. I thought there was a lot of good, even though it was a loss, and there were some things of concern. But I'm curious, just from your perspective on the outside, a lot of the conversation going into this game was, okay, now the Seahawks get to see a real quarterback. Now they face a real team because they beat Bo Nix and they beat Jacoby Brissett and Skylar Thompson, and so there was a qualification to the wins, if you will. Was Was this them facing a team that's better than they are? Was it, hey, you guys suffered so much attrition on the defensive side of things with, Nwosu out, Leonard Williams out, Byron Murphy out, Boye Mafe out. I mean, it was just, how do you size up what we saw in this game?
Yeah, I would think that probably, are they a better team, or the Lions a better team than the Seahawks? I think these teams are in the same territory. They are, to me, the kind of teams that look like right now they have the goods to be playing into the middle of January in the playoffs. I do think that what happened along the defensive front was notable last night. The Seahawks had really no answer for the Lions running game last night, and Jared Goff, of course, wasn't under enough duress. I thought the Seahawks were able to kind of get some pressure on him early with some extra men pressure packages. But when you go 18 for 18 as a quarterback, the most completions without an incompletion in a single game in NFL history, it indicates that the quarterback was pretty comfortable as well. So the defensive attrition definitely caught up to them a little bit last night. Yes, they faced a cupcake schedule prior to this as far as the quarterbacks they have faced up to this point. But I think this team is legit. I think the defensive scheme is outstanding in Seattle. No surprise to Mike Macdonald. And I think Geno Smith is playing incredible football. I know it's not perfect. The numbers may not say it's been all pro level, but I do think he is playing even better than the numbers might suggest, and it's been very, very good.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, Field. You had a game with a couple of guys who sort of redeemed themselves, and then you've got that going on with Sam Darnold right now in the NFL. I mean, everybody had pretty much written him off, and I think at one point that was the case with Jared Goff, and it just seems like this has been kind of a year for redemption so far as some of these quarterbacks that were drafted high and had high expectations, but didn't live up to them right away.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's here's what I'd say is that the sooner we all accept and agree that the system you are in, the people that are surrounded by you, the infrastructure that you are playing within impacts a quarterback more than we want to realize, I think the sooner that we will all have a better feel about how to evaluate quarterbacks and also how to manage our expectations once a player arrives in a certain spot, right? There are players that are going to transcend the circumstances a little bit. But if you go and look at even Patrick Mahomes, sort of universally regarded as the best quarterback in the NFL, and rightfully so right now. He is the best player on the planet. Then you go look at the top 10 passing yardage leaders. No Patrick Mahomes. He has 6 touchdowns and 5 interceptions so far this season. The point I make is not trying to say that Patrick Mahomes is not the best quarterback on the planet. He is, but who you have around you is going to influence the quarterback's output. And for Geno, I think the talent has kind of always been there. He just was thrust into a spot that was unfavorable to him early and then kind of settled into that backup role behind Russell Wilson for close to whatever it was, 7 or 8 years when you think about it, though, of course, Russ, at that point of his career, literally never missed time. He just was as dependable as you could find at the quarterback spot. So happy for Geno and Sam Darnold and some of the others who are kind of finding that second stage or second act of their career. And it's a good reminder that, taking a shot on a quarterback is always worth the gamble because the upside is so great if you do hit.
Hey, just looking at this Seahawks team, Field, for 14 years it was Pete Carroll, and they had so much success. I mean, a Super Bowl win, a trip back to the Super Bowl, and they're the playoffs almost every single year. But the last couple years, defensively, it really went the other direction for an organization that was built on the Legion of Boom and everything. It really took a turn for the worse. How much difference can you see? I know it's only 4 games, and we talked about the quality of opponents, but I'm just curious, to your eye, looking at this defense versus what it looked like under Pete the past few years, is it, for a guy from the outside, you're looking at it from the outside, does it seem dramatic? Does it seem distinctly different, subtly? How do you view the defense?
I would say probably, it feels different for sure. It feels like the scheme probably is a little bit more difficult to size up week in and week out. For so long, especially during the peak of the Legion of Boom, the idea was, we are going to do what we do, and you're not going to be good enough to beat us. That's oversimplifying it, to be sure, right? But the Seahawks at that time were so dominant personnel-wise that they didn't need to recreate the wheel every week defensively as far as their game plan was concerned. If you found a way to beat the Seahawks, it meant you were a pretty darn good offense that week. It feels this season like there are just more bells and whistles to this defensive scheme under Mike Macdonald, who, again, last year, architected one of the great defenses that we have seen in quite some time with the Baltimore Ravens. And while they had great elite production in the pass rush last year to the Ravens, it wasn't like they were chock full of a bunch of guys who are all pro level pass rushers. So I feel like the scheme this year feels more challenging for opposing teams to prepare for. And then, sort of throughout the course of the game, it's a little bit of cat and mouse between the quarterback and the defensive play caller. And it's finding ways to make that quarterback uncomfortable. They couldn't do it enough last night to totally disrupt Jared Goff, but I do think in general this defense feels like it's more of a curveball relative to where it has been in recent years.
Hey, Field, what did you think about the offense, the Seahawk offense? That is, Ryan Grubb. I think there was a lot of scrutiny of him coming from college and not having coached in the NFL, and had that crazy throwback play last night, and just saw some pretty amazing things from him. What do you think of him, and just some of the plays and things that you saw them run last night?
Yeah, he's awesome. He's been a lot of fun to watch, and he coordinates most recently a Washington offense that had 3 guys that ended up going in the first 3 rounds of the draft, 3 very, very good players who I think will all be excellent NFL players, and of course Rome Odunze, Jalen Polk, and Jalen McMillan. And he goes to Seattle, where it's not quite as, at least at the same time of their careers, this dominant wide receiver trio, but you still have at least 3 wide receivers that you really can count on in this offense. I would say the thing that stands out to me would be sort of the maximization of DK Metcalf and also Kenneth Walker III. I think probably the 2 most talented guys on this offense amongst the skilled players are now being maximized. I mean, DK has just been basically a big play and 100 yards waiting to happen. Beyond that, it feels like this offense, is so confident within Geno and what he's able to do. And he feels like he's playing and operating at a really, really high level, like he has for a couple of years, but maybe even more so right now. And they've been doing it with a lot of injury issues along the offensive line. As we know, it has been quite a few absences of note for that offensive line. They've done some serious shuffling, adding players to free agency right before the season, bringing Jason Peters back, the ageless wonder. I mean, that tells you kind of where things are at with that offensive line. And yet the offense has been able to be successful even without that.
Hey, to DK Metcalf, I'm curious to get your take on him, because he's, for whatever reason, a polarizing figure out here. Some want to throw that, prima donna tag, and he's emotional and blah. He's never once uttered a peep about not getting enough balls, not enough targets. His passion's usually directed at the opposition, which can be problematic at times. But I'm curious where you rank him amongst the elite in the league, and is he a guy that, when time for an extension at the end of this year, that would you hesitate? Would you think twice about committing to him in terms of the big wide receiver money that's going around these days? How do you view DK?
I think DK's a superstar. He is as physically dominant, perhaps, as any wide receiver in the entire NFL. We've seen it so far this season, right? I mean, the guy feels like he's on pace for his best season ever with, I believe, back-to-back 100-yard receiving games under his belt right now. Back-to-back with a touchdown in 2 out of those 3. So I've been really impressed with DK. I don't get too bogged down into who is the very best versus who's the second or third best. I tend to think of these guys in categories. I think that that DK Metcalf is an excellent, true number 1 wide receiver. So if the debate is, do you pay a player like that or do you not, I tend to think that the answer is fairly cut and dry for me. More than meets the eye behind the scenes that I'm not totally aware of. I think DK Metcalf is 100% the kind of foundational piece that I would be looking to keep around for a long, long time.
Hey, Field, I'm looking at these completion percentage numbers right now, and I just don't remember it being this high this early. Like Jaden Daniels is at 82%, but you've got like 6 or 7 guys, 8 actually, I think, that are over 70% completion, which is, rare. But is this going to start to come back to earth a little bit, these percentages, or do you think it has to do with a lot of philosophy and just the way that they're regulating the game these days?
Yeah, I think probably this is we've heard a lot about how NFL defenses are relying upon too high safeties, right? Trying to minimize big plays. Well, when there's not as many big plays available, what does that lead you to do? Lead you to throw the football underneath. And the shorter the throw, the more accurate the quarterbacks. We're seeing teams prioritize run after catch players as ways to kind of unlock an offense. So if I had to guess, and I haven't thought about it extensively, but if I had to guess what you could attribute higher completion percentages to, that would be on the short list of options that I think would make the most sense.
Hey, Field, looking at the NFC West, as you mentioned, we're almost a quarter of the way through. I mean, it's still a lot of football to be played, but there are the Seahawks sitting there at 3-1, and the Niners 2-2, and the Cardinals and Rams both at 1-3. Does this, when you look at that, does that represent how you see it shaking out ultimately? I know health is a huge thing for all these teams, including the Seahawks. So when you looked at it going into the season, did you look at it, all right, it's the Niners at the top of this division, followed by the Seahawks and Rams, or how do you see this shaking out?
Yeah, I had it coming into the season as the Niners, then the Rams, and the Seahawks kind of competing, jockeying for 2/3, and then the Cardinals. And the Niners, I still think that if I had to forecast how it will shake out, I do think the Niners are the most balanced team on both sides of the ball. They have not played to total expectation thus far. And then I think Seattle, though, takes a pretty decided lead over the Rams because the Rams are the walking wounded right now. I mean, as things presently stand, their healthy wide receivers are a bunch of players that really nobody was talking about coming into this season. So I would say that while anything can happen, I do feel as though there's a clear top two within this division with a lot of football left ahead of us, and both Seattle and San Francisco look like playoff-level teams, in my opinion.
Is some of these teams that are undefeated? I mean, the Chiefs. Yeah, I would say they're definitely for real. But what about the Minnesota Vikings, a team in the NFC that's 4-0 right now? What do you see from them, and do you think it's sustainable?
I do think it's sustainable. Yeah, I mean, I think this looks like the team that is the most complete to the NFL so far this season. They are impeccably coached on both sides of the ball. Brian Flores is a maniac, and I say that in a delightful way. Defensively, Kevin O'Connell has been brilliant on the offensive side of the ball, getting Sam Darnold to play at this high of a level so far. They've got a ton of blue chip talent, especially on the offensive side of the ball, with two excellent offensive tackles and Justin Jefferson. They've done so without T.J. Hawkinson so far early on this season. I've been incredibly impressed with Minnesota and absolutely feel like this is a team that will be, sticking around once we get into the most important parts of the NFL schedule.
Hey, Field, as far as it pertains to Geno moving forward, he's got 1 year left on his deal after this season. Let's just pretend he plays somewhere close to this level for the entire year, and we'll see what the playoffs and all that look like. But would he be a guy based on his age that you would be reluctant to commit to for an extension? I mean, we've seen young guys, certainly Trevor Lawrence and Jordan Love, get some huge deals with not a absent a consistent resume, I should say. How would you feel about Geno being in that company in terms of a big time extension? Is he a guy that has earned that, or do you still need to see more?
I think he's earned it. I got to tell you, I mean, if Geno and DK are question marks on the extension front, that tells you how good things are going right now. I mean, those are two guys that if they were elsewhere, I mean, they'd be the best player on some of these rosters around the NFL. And they might be the two best players on Seattle's roster. They're certainly on the very short list for that mantle. But yeah, this is, I think Geno absolutely deserves it. He's been excellent. He doesn't have nearly the tread on his tires that most people of his age or his experience do. So I think Geno is unquestionably worth that big jump. I don't know, it's so hard to forecast what a contract would look like for him if we're talking A, year out, and B, not knowing how many other quarterbacks will have new deals in place by then. But as we know, what typically happens is that if you are the quarterback who is next up to get paid, you're going to be pretty darn close to the top of the heap. We have seen it time and again. To me, I absolutely think that Geno is worth extending once that point comes, probably later on, end of this season going into this upcoming offseason.
Hey, and Field, what do you make of Brock Purdy? I think it's just amazing to me, first of all, how young he looks, but then also, there's lots of people that are like, well, it's the system, but do you think he's for real? What you see from Brock Purdy, do you think that's something that's sustainable?
I'd say it is. I sort of don't know why people bother asking what he is or what he isn't anymore. Like, I don't know how much more he has to prove before people take him seriously as a quarterback. I think he's awesome. I don't care if he's got a good system, terrible system, an average system. I think he's a really darn good player who's a very good decision maker, processes fast, plays urgently, gives his receivers a chance consistently. I'm a big fan of Brock Purdy. He's also a good mobile athlete. He kind of reminds me of Geno in the sense that he's athletic enough to hurt you on the run and also do some damage with his legs if he comes under duress. Not the kind of guy that's going to have a bunch of design runs crafted for him. But I'm impressed with Brock Purdy. I think he deserves every bit of respect that he gets.
Hey, when you look at a quarterback, how long does it take for you individually to get a feel for, or at least come to some sort of conclusion, this guy's got the goods, no, this guy's lacking? Because we just talked about the resurgence of, Geno and Sam Darnold and, Baker Mayfield and others like that, where it's late in their career, you're seeing a different version of them. I'm thinking of guys like, obviously, Bryce Young, Will Levis, even Zach Wilson. I don't know if he's going to ever do anything, but just younger guys that have sort of taken a hit, if you will, early in their career. Are there any of those guys you look at and feel like, oh, they're going to be fine, or no, that's kind of what I thought they would be?
I think it's too soon to count out Bryce Young. He was the number 1 overall pick in the draft and, lasted, I think, 18 starts before he got pulled. So, I don't know that it's like as simple as like you have to see X number of games before you know it. I think, again, go back to the point that there are very, very few quarterbacks who simply by their own presence change the environment of a team, and more prevalent is environments that change a quarterback's output. I think that Kevin O'Connell, the Vikings head coach, has talked about this a ton, is that teams ruin quarterbacks as much or more than quarterbacks ruin teams. I'm paraphrasing Kevin, but he did talk about that recently on the Rich Eisen show, about that construct of teams perhaps failing quarterbacks as much as quarterbacks fail teams. So I think that's important. I think it's pertinent. And I do believe that, truthfully, that there's no timeline you can specifically assign for these things. You need to just kind of ride it out and do your best to surround that player, if he is your starter, with the best pieces around him.
Hey, last one before we let you go, Field. I just want to ask you, as a guy that obviously you're dialed into the fantasy world and the value of running backs in that construct, but it seems like running backs are sort of devalued in real football, where it just, the Seahawks kind of took some hits for drafting running backs in the second round in back-to-back years, that you're seeing production deep in the rounds of the draft for a running back, and it's, the pay and everything is just way, way down. Do you see that kind of rebounding? Do you see the importance or the emphasis on a running back and maybe the urgency to get an elite running back changing, or are we changing in the other direction where, no, we can just plug and play as we see fit and we're not going to spend that sort of draft capital on that position?
Yeah, definitely not. I don't think the running back spot's coming back. There will be occasional first-round running backs. Ashton Genty from Boise State has a real shot to be one this upcoming draft, but the 49ers made Christian McCaffrey the highest paid running back in NFL history this offseason, and his replacement, an undrafted free agent, Jordan Mason, trails only Derrick Henry in terms of rushing yards. So, I'm a huge fan of Christian McCaffrey and a lot of the very best at the position in the NFL, but, I don't think that's the spot where you allocate extensive resources, and that separates the champions from, the close to champions. So, nope. Definitely don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Field Yates, he is an NFL draft analyst for ESPN, fantasy football, as well as everything else going on in the NFL. Really fun conversation. Appreciate you taking the time with us, and hopefully we get a chance to catch up with you down the road. Thanks so much.
Sounds good. Talk to you soon.
There you go. There's Field Yates. If you guys missed any of that, you can find it after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, how do the Mariners avoid making the same mistakes they did last offseason? We'll get into that coming up with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Hawks Live.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Join former Seahawks Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer as they go deep on the Hawks with player interviews and opponents' analysis.
We're joined now by Drake Thomas. Talk to me about the Mike McDonald defense.
I think he really utilizes personnel well, and I think that the game plan and attacking teams and what they're doing is just on another level.
Presented by the Bellevue Collection.
Every Thursday night throughout the Hawks season.
Hey, have you been considering surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman here, and after years of football, I know all about bad knees. So I recently had a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, and I've heard so many patients rave about stem cell therapy with Dr. Wagner. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone. They're back hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, even just going up and down the stairs, playing with the kids and grandkids, and doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Mark Schlereth joined the Wyman and Bob show yesterday and spoke about the impact that having 5 or 6 of your 11 starters on defense out can have on not just the play, but also the communication. And he says that's why he came away from Monday night's game against the Lions pretty impressed with what the Seahawks were still able to do.
Actually, it changed my opinion that I think they're better than I thought they were. You dominate in the run game and you dominate some of the offensive statistics and you do what you did against them, that's a hell of a game. That's offensive output on the road, dealing with crowd noise. Like, Walker looked like the real deal. I mean, he looked great. I didn't realize he had that kind of speed. Like, damn, when he hit that corner, he had 21 miles an hour around the corner on that burst where he, went to the left and cut it back on that touchdown. It was incredible.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Natchez RV Resort Phase 2 is open. Reserve your showing now for this weekend. Ty, tell us about it.
Our Phase 2 features a release of 12 extra-large RV lots starting at only $89.9, complete with full hookups. Don't have an RV? Come see a stunning turnkey park model. It's the perfect way to make Natchez RV your home away from home.
Natchez RV Resort has 300 days of sunshine and year-round family fun. Fishing, hunting, snow skiing, golf, river rafting, outstanding wine tasting, and more.
Our 4,300 square foot clubhouse is now open with gourmet kitchen, great room, fitness center, showers, and laundry.
Completed are the pickleball courts, playground, dog park, and miles of recreational trails. The saltwater swimming pool and hot tub are just a few weeks away. So reserve your showing now for this weekend, featuring 12 extra large lots from just $89.9. 800-422-6009. 800-422-6009. NatchezRVResort.com.
You know, someone asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. So I actually went home and counted how many connected devices in my home. It is more than a dozen, all to keep us connected to the good stuff, our streaming, gaming, all the internet, and you name it. Well, Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. And that's why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices, hundreds for real. And now through October 10th, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract, and ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary. 1-800-XFINITY.
This hour is brought to you by Contour Fence.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Field Yates, who joined us in the previous segment. If you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, you know where to find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com after the show. Just hit the podcast tab, click on our picture. It's right there waiting for you. But the most important part is to click subscribe, because you never have to worry about it again. What are you looking at over there, Dave?
Looking at the video there, how come my face is all lit up and it looks like I got like the largest cranium in the entire
they say
building?
They say the camera adds 10 pounds, so maybe it just put it all in your head.
You must have eaten 5 cameras.
Bob's kind of dark with his Seahawk throwback hat there.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about this camera setup in here, how this works. It's all a mystery.
My wife has to look at that.
Yeah,
every day.
That's what she wakes up to every day, ladies and gentlemen.
Bob too.
Yeah, Shannon and I have to suffer through this every day. Nobody wins. Meanwhile, the Mariners head into the offseason, much like the Astros. I don't know if anybody heard that news.
What?
Yeah, Astros season is over. They were swept at home by the Tigers. Go Tigers.
It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, it's
it eases
glorious.
the pain a little bit.
It does. Yeah, I take great delight in that.
Well, I've said that I think that your hatred for the Astros exceeds your enthusiasm for the Seattle Mariners.
It's close.
It's
close. I think in a disappointing season for the Mariners, which for me this was very disappointing.
Sure.
That makes me feel better just in this moment. Now, this will wear off and then I'll get back to worrying about what they do or don't do in the offseason. But I've said repeatedly what I would like them to do is the opposite of what they've been doing. Whatever their philosophy is, whatever their approach is, whatever their belief is in their finances, their scouting, their analytics, whatever it is, that has not been working. So let's not do it again. How about we try another avenue? Let's and I don't get. We're parsing comments that we're hearing from Jerry and others that, I don't know what the plan is, but it doesn't feel like a big change is imminent. And Jerry DiPoto talking about not needing major improvements to the roster.
That we don't need to go out and revamp a roster. There's a reason we've had a good team for a handful of years now. And it's because our players are good. Now we just have to continue to help them evolve their game in a way that suits our ballpark, that we can really magnify the results a little bit.
Yeah, a good team. Yeah, they've been good. They're a winning team. You haven't gotten to the postseason but once in over 2 decades. So what is the goal? What is the bar for success? How do you measure success? Is it, well, we're good, We're competitive. Is that good enough? I hope it's not. My hope is that you look at that and go, yeah, that was cute in the beginning. That was a point to strive to, and now we want to take the next step. And that was supposed to happen, according to Jerry, a couple of years ago. We're going into 2025 now, and you've had one crack at the postseason. So I would beg to differ that, yeah, you do have a good team, but it's not good enough. It needs to be better.
Well, I mean, look, Jerry is operating under the restrictions of what's called a budget, right? So, and I feel like he has to work within
100%
that area.
He does not dictate the budget. That is
So I mean, look, that's not uncommon. This is a business, right? I mean, they're running a business. The fans don't feel that way. There's no question about it. But every business has some kind of a budget, or they're not in business very long. So I remember even talking about like the budget for the Seahawks, and everybody talks about the salary cap and the number and everything, but like sometimes the owners don't want to spend up to that point. Like if you're like, oh, they've got all this cap room, well, that's for a reason. So and I just feel like that's kind of, I don't know, Jerry is taking a lot of shots for this. I think he's talking about, I mean, and I haven't heard anybody talk about the pitching. And he hasn't really spoken to that too much, because what he's doing is basically telling us, okay, well, these are the good things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't heard him really talk that much about the pitching. But I guess when I hear Jerry talk, the first thing I wonder and sort of worry about is like, what do the players think? Not so much the fans, but what do the players think? Are they? And I just remember those comments from Cal where he's like, hey, the last 5 weeks is not what we're about. That's not what we're, we had a lot of weeks where we weren't hitting. And so that's where I'm like, I hope he wants to stay here. I hope players like Cal want to be here and want to be like a good salesman for, any free agents that are out there.
Yeah, they can't afford to lose one of the few guys that actually produces for this offense. They need him. He will go down as the best catcher in the history of this organization.
Yeah.
And he's a leader. He's a producer. You want him to stay here. You got to give him a reason to. He's going to have all these guys, any of these pitchers, once it becomes their turn, assuming they're healthy and continue on the path they're on, they're going to have a million options. And at some point, they're going to go, you know what, I can get paid wherever I go. Yeah, I mean, there might be a little difference in this market versus that market, but when you're talking about tens of millions, I'm going to get that. I want to win. I want a chance to win. I want to know I'm almost assuredly going to be at least in the playoff picture every season or close to it, to where it's not going to be so remote or so infrequent that the idea of being good includes being in the postseason, not just, hey, we're a winning team. Sorry, we didn't get to the playoffs, but hey, we were a winning team. That doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that can't be the standard. So it's got to be better than that. And you're right, Jerry does not dictate the payroll. He's given we've said this a million times. It's like you as a kid getting allowance. Like here's your $20 or $30, whatever it is, make it work. It's up to you to figure out how to make that work until next week.
But, and then one of the texters actually brings that up. You can text us 866-979-3776. One of them brings up that there are a lot of teams that are spending less money than the Mariners that are having more success. Are having success.
Yeah. There were a number of teams. I mean, the Royals spend less. The two teams that we're watching right now, Royals and Orioles, spend less currently. Now that'll change. Orioles have a new ownership, and they got a lot of young guys that at some point are going to need to be paid. Maybe they sign them to Julio-style contracts. We'll see what happens. But yeah, as we sit right now, there are a couple playoff teams that are spending less. So that goes to what's your philosophy when you're building your team, saying this is a guy that fits what we want to do. This is a guy that fits our ballpark. And fits, how we want to play. That hasn't worked on the offensive side of things, and that's something that needs to change quickly. One other thing is J.P. Crawford coming off a dreadful year. Injuries, just lack of production, just didn't come close to who he was the year previous. Jerry's talking about why they expect a bounce-back year for him.
We will get a better version of JP next year. Hasn't had his greatest year, but he's shown us over time how good he can be. And my guess is we'll get a better version next year. You know, I do believe there are players in our system who can contribute more. You know, I think we got a really good year out of Dylan Moore, who I don't think gets enough credit for the role he plays on our team. And, you know, there's so many good things that happen there. But obviously the productivity at a couple of positions is something we do have to take a closer look at.
We got a good year out of Dylan Moore. What does that mean? What is that? How does that connect to?
I don't know.
J.P. Crawford.
Yeah,
Dylan Moore played too much. He's not an everyday player.
Yeah, and what a step back year for JP, man. And you hate saying that just because he's such an unbelievable leader. And don't take it from us. It's everybody says that, you know, when you talk to him. Every player talks about what great leadership JP has. But man, 202.
Dylan Moore hit 201. What are we talking about here? I don't get the connection there. I'm not sure what it was he was trying to say there, but yeah, he has to play better. J.P. Crawford.
Yeah,
he has to. You cannot have that kind of production or lack thereof from. I don't know if they're going to throw him back in the leadoff spot or if that's going to be Robles moving forward. I'm not sure, but certainly if you're going to put him in that leadoff spot, you can't have a repeat. You have to plan for some level of regression. You can't just go, well, this guy's going to be better next year, and that guy's going to be better next year, and this, because you've seen that's not how it goes.
I'll tell you what, Robles to me is just, he is so unsettling to opposing pitchers. I feel like he's the perfect leadoff guy.
Yeah. We'll talk more about that. Meanwhile, it's the biggest unknown from Monday. It's What If Wednesday. So what if the Seahawks had been healthy on defense? We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Hawks Live.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Join former Seahawks Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer as they go deep on the Hawks with player interviews and opponents' analysis.
We're joined now by Drake Thomas. Talk to me about the Mike McDonald defense.
I think he really utilizes personnel well, and I think that the game plan and attacking teams and what they're doing is just on another level.
Presented by the Bellevue Collection.
Every Thursday night throughout the Hawks season.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Offer ends 10/13/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and I have had my share of sports injuries, and I know a little bit about pain. Well, that's what football will do to you from head to toe. But you don't have to play professional sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that's where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine comes into play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from from your quality of life. Don't let pain stop you from enjoying life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. That's right, your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your own body's healing potential. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Paid political announcement. A Bob for Bob update. Public transparency is for other Bobs. Did you know Attorney General Bob Ferguson's office averaged 80 days to respond to public records requests? 78 days more than the average Washington government office. Can you afford that type of response from your governor as a Washington voter? You heard it here first. Bob wants you to vote Bob because he doesn't have time to respond to you. Paid for by the Bob for Bob Committee, 1283 Puyallup, Washington, 98371. Top 4 donors, Steve Gordon, Fremont Dock Company, Brian Haywood, and Susie Burke.
Hey, everybody. Bob Stelton here for Johnson Fitness and Wellness, where I got my home gym. Now, the difference? Their expert staff. They ask great questions like, what are your fitness goals? What kind of space are you working with at home? And what's your budget? Johnson Fitness and Wellness experts get you the right machine for your home gym dream setup. And right now, in-store only, while supplies last, mention this ad and our listeners get an indoor cycle for free with Select Force USA Home Gyms. Shop stores in Bellevue, Tacoma, Linwood, or visit johnsonfitness.com.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
What? It's time for What If Wednesday.
Coach would have put me in fourth quarter. We'd have been state champions, no doubt.
Wyman and Bob rewrite the scripts of major moves and moments in sports every Wednesday afternoon. Now step into an alternative reality with Wyman and Bob.
What If Wednesday, presented by Mazda of Everett. So we play the hypothetical always at this time in honor of the late, great John Clayton, who, as we tell you every time, refused to engage in hypotheticals with us. So we would do this before we would bring him on at 4 o'clock. Today's hypothetical, what if, Dave, what if that Seahawks defense had been fully healthy? Uchenna Nwosu's there, Boye Mafe's there, Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy, Baker, Julian Love doesn't get hurt. 6 starters, all there. Do they win?
I'm going to give respect to your favorite team, Bob, the Detroit Lions.
No, that's the Tigers.
Oh, now it's the Tigers. I'm sorry.
At least for today it is.
Detroit. Yeah, I do think that there was a couple, and we went through this kind of at the beginning of the show, like what if, they'd had all of those guys. 6 starters is a lot. I mean, you go into the game with 5 down. The only thing is, and you mentioned this earlier about Jerome Baker, like, we don't really know with him, right? There's not been enough time to establish, like, we know what we're going to get out of Boye Mafe. He's special. And Derek Hall didn't really show up. He played okay. He just didn't, he didn't make any plays. And, but yeah, I think Boye is just different. And I'm not saying that Derek Hall doesn't have a chance to do that because he's got 3 sacks too. But yeah, I'm just going to give respect to the Lions that I think they have a really good offense. And you look at those 2 backs, especially. I think maybe they're a touchdown closer, but I don't think that they win that game. I think Detroit is they went to the NFC Championship game last year. And, I don't know how much better they've gotten defensively, but I think it's a good defense that they have. And, yeah, I still think the Seahawks probably lose that game.
Yeah, I tend to lean that way, but then I'm looking at it going, it was a lot closer than even the scores. I mean, they were kind of hanging within 1 score. They'd pull within 1, then the defense would give up a score. It's 2 scores. They pull within a score. So they were right. They were hanging with them despite all of that attrition, all of that absence. So part of me is going, well, man, they were actually in this game as much as it looks like, yeah, they got their tails kicked. It was a 13-point win. I don't know. I'm probably with you in that maybe they still lose the game. Maybe it's a 1-score difference as opposed to 2. I don't know. Yeah. But I can't help but feel like some of those big plays probably don't happen. Maybe they don't happen. Maybe the 70-yarder does still happen because that involved both starters. That involved Dodson and Witherspoon. Those weren't backups.
Nope.
Now,
maybe a pass rush.
Yeah, maybe the pass rush gets to Goff. Yeah. He's not so comfy back there throwing the balls that he threw, and maybe some of the starters were doing things outside of what they would normally do to account for the backups that were in. Right? Like I don't know if you saw anything like that. That all right, this guy kind of left his area to back this guy up and vacated where he would normally be because they felt a need to kind of be the backup for the guys that aren't used to being out. I don't know. I don't really know the trickle down effect of all of those starters being gone. But you have to at least believe it'd be closer, wouldn't it? Maybe they don't win, but maybe it is maybe they win by a field goal. Maybe it's a touchdown. I don't know. But you're right. None of this is meant to certainly disrespect Detroit. That is a good team. They were incredibly good last year. They were moments away from going to the Super Bowl. So it's not like you got beat by, a bunch of ham and eggers out there. But the Seahawks were hanging with them despite, what it looked like on defense, which is surprising.
Wait, by the way, Derek Hall did have a sack in that game. And it was quite impressive. That was the one where he reached over, and it was like a horse collar tackle, but you can tackle horse collar. I swear to you, I did not know this, that if you make a sack, if it's in the pocket, it's not a horse collar tackle.
So you can grab inside the shoulder pads inside the pocket?
Yeah, and he just kind of reached over the tackle and just yanked him down.
I didn't know that either. I thought that was the illegal period.
Yeah. So, that happened. I was like, well, he didn't get a sack in this game. Wait, yes, he did. And then somebody said, he got a sack, and I was like, I didn't say that. And then, so he got a sack, Bob.
253 says, we win. It's not a question. Come on, guys.
Yeah. I think Detroit's a good team. That's the thing. You're looking at, especially. Well, and here would be another one. Do you think Jared Goff goes 18 for 18? You
got to believe there's more pressure on him.
If there's more pressure,
he's going to chuck one of those to the sidelines or get rid of. He's scrambling out of the pocket and just gets rid of it.
He was on, and I would say it's probably not wild to say that might be the best game he's ever had, because the one where he spins around, he gets turned around and spins around, throws a completion. I thought he'd be dizzy and fall down, and he really had some really good plays. But yeah, that was I can't believe I forgot that, but I remember calling that sack and being surprised that the horse collar thing worked. But man, it was pretty dominant the way that he just bull rushed the tackle back to the quarterback.
253 says, I think the run defense would have been better, no question. I agree with that as well. Now, would that have resulted in a win? I'm not sure, but yeah, I think maybe some of the rushing attack would have been stymied a bit. But, if we're going to be fair and play both sides of this, they had their starters outside of Uchenna against the Patriots, and they ran it down their throat.
Yeah.
So, Maybe it's a difference. Maybe it's not. I'm not sure. That makes it a good question, a good hypothetical. What if all those guys were there? I have to believe at minimum it's closer. That's how I view it. Meanwhile, get ready for Thursday night football as your Seahawks take on the 49ers on October 10th. And Seattle Sports is looking to give away 4 tickets to watch this rivalry in person. So if you'd like to attend the game, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. Now, if you don't already have the app, simply text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we will send you a link to download. You can enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, October 7th. So if you do it today, you can enter each day up until October 7th to increase your chances to win those tickets. See the Seahawks take on the hated 49ers. Coming up, some interesting conversations about the Mariners and the Seahawks happening around our station. We'll break all those down. Coming up with Best of the Rest, it's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
What'd you see from Gino?
They played a really good game. They gave him some hard things. The way they rush, and like with Aiden there, you don't have forever back there. And so he's making fast decisions. I think our guys are getting their spots well. In the way the game played out, we needed them to do that. But the guys did what they needed to do to keep us, alive, keep us in the game. And there was a path to win the game. We've got to give our guys credit for fighting it out the whole time.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Research shows well-maintained trees significantly increase home values. So there is such a thing as a money tree? Find your next money tree at Big Trees, Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. So while money doesn't grow on trees, reap the benefits of a yard landscaped with trees and increase your property value at the same time with Big Trees. For hours, directions, and to find your money tree, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to my buddy Richard. Richard, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
The lady I'd been using for a couple years left, and I had no representation. I heard the advertisements on the radio, and I just said, I got to do this. So I did, and I'll tell you, it's been happy days ever since then.
Were they able to save you money, Richard?
Yeah, it saved me about $3,500 is all.
Wow. Wow.
But I also picked up some other things. I got a personal umbrella because I've got a rental house in Idaho as well.
So what do you tell others, your friends, your family, your people you trust?
You need to call First Mark because they have top-notch customer service. Most companies offer customer no service nowadays. First Mark has the most top-notch customer service I've ever experienced, bar none.
Richard did it. My family did it. You got to go do it. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This report is brought to you by Macy's. Don't miss Macy's VIP sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends and save 15% off skincare, makeup, and more. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply. Now at Macy's.
With Wendy's, breakfast burrito is everything you want for breakfast. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, bacon or sausage, all rolled up into one warm tortilla. Want the boss of breakfast burritos? Gotta be Wendy's at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out, because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Devontae Adams may be moving on to another team, and he's made clear a couple of teams he'd like to be the landing spots potentially if he does get traded. One being the New York Jets, where he'd reunite with former Green Bay Packer teammate Aaron Rodgers. The other, the New Orleans Saints, where he'd reunite with former Fresno State and Las Vegas Raiders teammate Derek Carr. Raiders have informed other teams they would, quote, consider trading Adams for a package that would include a second-round draft pick and additional compensation. So we'll see if that move happens. Meanwhile, taking a look at your baseball scoreboard right now, the Royals are up 2-1 over the Baltimore Orioles. They are in the bottom of the seventh inning of that one. Kansas City comes into this with a 1-0 lead in terms of games. So best of three, they get this one done. They move on. Orioles go home, much like the Astros did today. They lost to the Tigers 5-2, the final there. So the Astros go home. The Tigers move on. Two other games still to come. The Padres playing host to the Braves. Or Padres are up 1-0 in that series. And the Mets hold a 1-0 lead in their series with the Brewers. Game 2 coming up at 4:30.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Lots of conversation on the heels. You know what surprises me, Dave, on the heels of a loss? Loss is never good. You never feel good about that.
Yeah.
Seahawks defense didn't play well. A surprising amount of optimism that came out of that game, considering you lost by 13 points. I was expecting worse, but even in the pit that is Twitter,
yeah,
there's a lot of people going, "Hey, man, that offense looked great." I think having that many starters out, people felt like that was just kind of built in. Like, well, that was going to be a tough task on the road against a good team. You're missing 5. You lost another one. Turned out to be 6. The offense looked great. Seemed like everybody kind of came out of it feeling okay.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying you guys are idiots, which is always nice to read that. Yeah, I mean, if they
Who
get
was
their
saying that?
the what if Wednesday, it's not even close. The Seahawks win by 2 touchdowns if they have all their guys healthy and everything. But hey, real quick, and actually during the break, you actually mentioned his name, and that's Alex Bregman. And so I was just thinking about that the other day, and I just think it would be delightful if Alex Bregman ended up here, because there are some reports that possibly he's here. He might be here, and he's a fit here, just to see, how it would tear Bob apart. And here's kind of how I would imagine it would go.
I don't know what it is about your face, but I want to deliver one of these right in your suck hole.
Is there anything I can do to work on that?
No, not really. It's your face. And again, you're doing great, man. This is the Catalina Wine Mix. We're all having a great time. Everybody's having fun. You pulled it off, all right? But if you don't change your face, I'm going to change it for you.
Okay. All I can do is take that in and consider it, and I'll just try to do my best version of whatever I think that would be.
I don't even hear what you're saying right now because your face is driving me nuts.
There's Bob meeting Alex Bregman for the first time.
I love the closing line. I don't even hear what you're saying right now because your face is driving me nuts. And somebody on Twitter hit me with a picture of Bregman at the end of the game looking out into the field when it was a final.
Oh, that's just for you.
Yeah, it said.
All right, Bob. Well, I mean, the guy, he bats .260 as his average. He's pretty good player.
He got off to a terrible start this year.
Terrible start. 75 RBIs. He's not, I guess, a huge power guy, but kind of. I mean, he's over 20 home runs, 5 of his 9 years.
Yeah, he's been a good player. I mean, that's part of what makes him obnoxious, is that he's been good. He's, that's why, he's got a little chip on his shoulder. That's why he wears number 2, because he was the number 2 overall pick. Thought he should have been number 1. So that's why he wears 2. He is a guy, considering his stature, they've got him listed at 6 feet. I don't think so.
No
190. I think he's smaller than that. But, I mean, he had a year where he hit 41 home runs. 41.
Do you think he's heard that before?
What's that?
Oh, about just changing his face. I just need you to change your face. It's just punchable. I want to deliver one of these right in
the suck hole.
Yeah.
So good. What a great scene. What a great scene. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to best of the rest.
We know you love listening to us, but there are great discussions happening all over our station.
I need more Jake Bobo. I need more of them.
Because Jake Bobo is objectively fun to say.
Yeah, just not good at bats.
Tone it down. It's time for the best of the rest.
How dare you?
By the way, what is that cut from Saul He's going, what is he doing there? Do you remember where that's from, Lefko?
He's clowning somebody. And then Brock's like, okay,
yeah, no idea.
I don't know. Every time I hear it, all right. Like,
isn't that just what he sounds like?
He's just talking.
Oh, Matt. See, now you're going to get Brock and Salk after you. You don't want that you don't want that smoke.
Ooh. They're not listening. They've got to be asleep. Their show starts in 5 hours.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. All right, this is for those new to the program. This is where we take a listen to some of the conversations happening with Brock and Salk and Bump and Stacy, and then Dave and I really pass judgment on it and come out with a winner. Yeah. And this is one we've talked about. This is Brock and Salk disagreeing on how much you can take away from the last 5 weeks of this Mariners season.
Certainly those comments are not the same, I think, as what you heard last year from Cal. They're much more muted. And he's not, I don't hear nearly the same level of concern or frustration. But I'm glad to hear him say, because I would agree with him, it's 35 days. Mm-hmm. And for those of us, and I would think this includes Jerry, who don't like small sample sizes and don't want to talk about a team in April or even May sometimes until June, it's hard for me to hear, well, the last 5 weeks were great. So I don't know, that one, yes, they were. They were better. No one's disputing the fact of it. But to me, it's about how much you want to take from it.
Were they the 5 best weeks of the entire season? Because a plus 44 run differential, when you look at the month of September, was by far the best run differential. If you want to land and sit on that stat, certainly their offensive production, Salk. So, in obviously the OPS and all the slugging, all those other numbers for the last 5 weeks were dramatically improved.
So do you think that they're good now?
Oh, gosh.
Is it a good roster now?
It just makes it so hard. There's one element of it that you almost wanted to just see it maintain the struggle, right, with the whole new regime and everything else. There's part of it would have been more clarity, like, okay, yep, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem. Like, we've got to really make some decisions here. We got to really clear house on some of these pieces that just are not capable.
I agree with Salk in that it's 5 weeks. It's a 6-month season. You can't put that much weight into, well, look what happened in these 5. Ignore the 4.5 months previous. Don't worry about that. Let's talk about this. Because this is shiny and positive, and this other is negative, and it makes us feel bad. Well, sorry. That's the reality. And if you're saying which is more true of who this team is, I'm going to go with the bigger, decidedly bigger sample size, which is 4.5 months of one team, 5 weeks of another. And if you look at the schedule they played, just about everybody they beat were below 500 teams. They lost to a couple below 500 teams, but they beat the Giants below 500, winning the series. They beat the Tampa Bay Rays. This is after the service change, and this is the final 5 weeks. Tampa Bay Rays below 500. You lost to the Angels, which, again, is just mind-boggling. You split with the A's in a 4-game series. You beat the St. Louis Cardinals, who were above 500. You split with the San Diego Padres, above 500. You beat the Texas Rangers below 500. You lost to the Yankees. We know they're good. You beat the Rangers below 500. The Astros you beat in the series, and then you beat the A's below 500. So you had 2 teams in there that were over 500 that you beat.
Yeah, that Angel, they were 5-8 against the Angels this year. That's the one that really stands out. Well, and I can't remember if it was Brock or Salk that said, Jerry doesn't like the big sample or small sample size, and now that's kind of what he's pointing out. But I think his job at the end of the year is to point out, where we are and kind of temper everybody's expectations and things like that. So, and then even Cal was quick to, I think in Jen Mueller's interview with him, he was quick to be like, no, it was just 5 weeks. I mean,
yeah, they're right.
Yeah,
I like that he said that. Again, that's a leader who's not going to sit there and try to sugarcoat it and tell you, hey, we're right there. No, that's 5 weeks. Yeah, that's great. Tell me about the other 4.5 months. If it's a 5-week season, I love it, but unfortunately it's not. So, yeah, I agree with Salk on that. There's no disputing the fact that Brock was trying to point out OPS, all these numbers in September. Those are all facts. That's not perception. That's reality. But, again, it is such a small portion of the entire season. And unfortunately, it was too little too late. Moving on, Bump and Stacy sticking with the Mariners for a moment, talking about their struggles to identify, the offensive players that are going to succeed here that actually fit.
We haven't gotten the right players for our ballpark.
Yes.
Or our approach hasn't been conducive to success when you factor in our ballpark. And shame on us for taking this long to figure that out. Good for you. You've looked in the mirror. You looked at data, the players you've recognized, and I know you saw Gino have 100 RBIs with the Diamondbacks, Teo having 30 bombs with the Dodgers, and you're saying, all right, our approach and the players we're getting is not conducive to success in our ballpark. So why did it take so long? Why? You're looking at everything else. And this isn't like the ballpark situation is something new.
No.
We talk about this all the time.
There was an article about this.
This is real. As much as people want to say, stop blaming the ballpark and the players, it is real. If I play at Martin Stadium, I know that it's an east-west sunrise, and that ball's going to be in the air when I do punt return, so I got to adjust. It's the same thing. So I'm happy that they addressed it and they recognize it, but now it's like, all right, so what you're telling me is you're gonna switch up how you've been evaluating, right? Just please do that, because you put it out there for the public to hear that it is a real thing.
Here's an important thing about bringing in players in the later stages of their career versus early stages. The players that you're pointing to where you think you did that well, and you did, were A, young, B, you got them in trades, and you got them in trades when you won. We're not talking about free agents when we're talking about Marco, when we're talking about young Ty, when we're talking about going and getting all these guys. You didn't get those guys as 30-year-old free agents. What we're talking about is, okay, well, Jerry, what do you do this offseason when you're looking for, a new second baseman if you don't hang on to Jorge Polanco, or when you're looking for a third base? Like, what do you do there?
Yeah, it's funny. We've heard enough about the ballpark and then the batter's eye, and Bump was mentioning Teoscar Hernandez, who was the home run derby champion during the All-Star week, and he complained about the batter's eye out there. So, yeah, I mean, and one of the things that we've been talking about is these free agents that you bring in, are they Seattle-proof? Because that's what's happened. You've had a number of guys, except for Luke Raley. Now, Luke Raley got more reps, right? I mean, he obviously
played more than he had at any point in his career.
Right, and it's worked out with him. He's the one guy as far as
one success story.
Free agency, yeah, and God bless him for that. But that's not a very good hit rate there. So, yeah, that's the one thing that continues to kind of baffle me. But Yeah, I don't know if it's maybe because they're getting guys at the end of their career and trying to just squeeze the last few drops out of them. But again, I always err on the side of like protecting Jerry just because like he has a budget. He has a budget that he has to work within. So those are the kinds of players that he can sign. And, that's just how they're going to operate apparently.
Well, then they better get used to taking the slings and arrows from the fan base. I mean, what else is there? If you want to continue with what you've been doing, knowing it has not worked, but this is how we do it, and hey, we're good, we're winning, we're a winning team. If that's your standard, enjoy it. You're gonna hear the vitriol. You're gonna hear about it. You're gonna read about it, and maybe eventually you're gonna see it show up in your attendance. They had over 2.5 million fans that went through there this year. If they have another offseason that fans feel is underwhelming, that they feel like you went cheap, you went with these older guys that are at the end of their career or the best days are behind them, yeah, opening day will sell out. It always does. People are optimistic. But soon as that team, reverts back or looks anything like this offense has looked for the past 3 seasons, I feel like they're kind of reaching a breaking point. A good chunk of the fans out there where they're going, you know what? I'm done. I'm not going to go. I'm not. Maybe they'll watch on TV, but they're not going to spend the money on parking and tickets and merchandise and all of that if they feel like I'm just going to get what I've got in the previous seasons, which is no postseason. That's you got to strive for more. And if this your methodology or your philosophy is not working, you got to switch it up. And that's not even addressing payroll. That's just talking about what kind of players are you going after. So it's. I don't know how their process works. We're flying blind there. I don't know if they're in the big boardroom with 20 people and 10 of them are analytics guys and they're saying here's why this guy makes sense and here's why this guy doesn't make sense and how it's a group effort. This is not all Jerry, but however they're doing it, I think they all need to collectively get together and go, okay, guys, we've been doing it this way. Now we're going to go this way because this hasn't worked. And we've proven it now multiple years in a row. Not just when it's not over-rotating on 1 year where it didn't work. It's multiple years. So it's time to change. And that's not even addressing payroll. That's just philosophy or how you're evaluating who you're bringing in here. Meanwhile, this is an interesting conversation because it's something you and I have talked about. But Brock and Salk, we're talking about whether or not DK is a guy that you re-signed to that big contract.
But watching that game last night confirmed, I guess, then for me, why I just don't think I could pay DK Metcalf as much as he's going to be worth long term. And I say that, Brock, despite him having a really good game. He was great last night. He was one of the better players on the field. He really was. He's so freaking talented. And there really are not a ton of guys built like him who can do all the various things that he could do. But the idea of paying him the high price that you would have to pay to a top tier wide receiver like that, I think would force you to rely on him even more than you already are. And there's just too many ups and downs and inconsistencies that go with his game that I just don't think I could sign up for that long term.
If you took DK out of that, and the threat that creates, and the fact that Carlton Davis has got to travel everywhere he goes, and the fact, Salk, that he can catch it and break a tackle and get you a first down that other guys
You would
can't.
need to go out and try to find that talent somewhere else. There's no doubt. You would still need a top wide receiver.
Yep.
But I don't think I could get it. I don't think I could sign up.
You just have to draft it. You just have to draft it.
I would have to. And the stock of those guys, it feels like every year there's 5 more coming out of the draft. Brock, there's so many guys in the league like that right now that dictate like that. I would hate to have to use a first-round pick on a wide receiver when I would love to be able to use that on a lineman, offensive, defensive. I get it. But the amount you'd have to pay him, I just don't know that I could sign up for the inconsistency.
Well, where's the inconsistency again?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, look at his numbers. Look at his availability.
Yeah.
Look at what he's produced in offenses that weren't overly pass happy, where you've got now 2 other guys that are getting a fair amount of attention in the way of targets, and look at his production. So
and again, you always bring this up. He's never complained once about lack of targets.
That's just a fact in terms of everybody we've talked to on and off the record, hey, man, have you ever heard this about it? No, nothing. Usually that's when we'll hear something that's not public about somebody. Oh, you haven't heard about this moment or when he did this, that, or the other. No, nothing. Nothing in the way of prima donna, I need the ball, feed me, get me the ball, blah, blah, blah. The typical stuff we hear, whether it's Devontae Adams, whether it's Tyreek Hill, whether it's, you name it. The list is long. He's not on it.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I counted only one. I think he drew one pass interference penalty. I think he drew one, and then he had a holding
Was that him or
penalty.
Lockett?
He had one of them anyway, and
Lockett
I
got
know
called
that,
for like a pick play or something.
Yeah, and he got called for one. So, but yeah, I don't see where the inconsistencies are. And then the other thing is, if you compare him to other receivers, I just don't think there's anybody that's as physically dominant as he is. And that's like for Geno, it's like his default, throw. I mean, throw it up to DK. Let him go up, and if it's one-on-one, if you're going to cover him with one guy, you're probably going to get a penalty or you're going to get a catch.
Would you pay him? And I
Yes.
don't know what that number is going to be, but what we've talked about, Dave, you and I think even the people that think he's petulant or he's a diva, whatever, you can agree. The Seahawks organization, since their inception in 77, 76, whatever
76,
year,
yeah.
they've never had a receiver like this. Never. I'm not saying he's the greatest receiver they've ever had. That's still Steve Largent. I think Tyler Lockett is now the second best receiver in the history of this organization, Doug Baldwin. But in terms of his speed, his strength, his size, they've never had a receiver like this.
Yeah.
Never.
No, it's ridiculous how fast he is, and for being that size. So yeah, I mean, I just think that's a guy you hang on to. I love DK. I mean, we've said it many times on this show. Anytime that I've got a chance to talk to him, I find him to be a humble young man. He's self-aware. He knows that he has some shortcomings, and his temper sometimes gets in the way, but I don't know. I like it. I like a nasty receiver. And there's every once in a while he's going to get some penalties. And the pass interference, the offensive pass interference call, I feel like could be called so much more. I mean, it's. I watch teams that run some kind of like a smoke screen or a little quick screen. Those receivers are blocking early almost every single time. Nobody times it up well. So it's not
the
like
pick play seems pretty arbitrary as well. Like sometimes it gets called, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a very obvious one where you're going, what?
Yeah.
What was that?
There was a pick play in the Monday night game, and I think it was against Detroit, and I was like, I'm sorry, that wasn't a pick. The guy was just running his route.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if that does happen, if you get in that situation, DK is going to take somebody out. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Who else? Maybe Ken Walker develops into that guy, but I'm like, who else are you going to pay? Who is going to be? Because you're going to have one guy at least that, is kind of break the bank, and that's the way it's going for receivers. Yeah.
Outside of the quarterback, which generally is the big money maker on any team.
Right.
If you've got your guy who's not a rookie on a rookie contract. So
I mean, yeah, receivers are the second highest paid, only to quarterbacks.
Yeah. I don't know. To me, you've got something in him that has not existed in this organization, and I'm anxious to see. We're 4 games in. All right, let's see what Grubb does as the season goes on and they become more and more familiar. He's been very productive to this point through 4 games. What does it look like when we're at Game 10, Game 12, 13? What do his numbers look like? That'll go a long way, obviously, in determining what they do. But right now, based on how available he's been, considering he came into the league as an injury risk with that neck, that's why he was at the bottom of the second round. This guy has been available. He's been durable. He's been physical. And he's been far from a problem in terms of attitude for this team, which kind of bucks the trend of that position. The personalities we've seen from Antonio Brown on. I mean, his biggest problems are being too physical, getting angry at the opposition, not ever yelling at his quarterback to get me the ball or yelling at his coordinator or position coach. It just hasn't happened.
Well, and by the way, I saw on the road that Trey Brown and DK were hanging out. I can't remember if it was they were talking coming off the elevator or whatever. So, and that was the guy that he got in the big fight with. I mean,
training camp. Yeah.
That kind of stuff. It's not like there's some bad blood between him and his teammates.
Yeah. Yep. It's all kumbaya, as some would say. Hey, get ready for Thursday night football. Your Seahawks taking on the hated San Francisco 49ers on October 10th. And Seattle Sports is looking to give away 4 tickets to watch this game in person. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. Now, if you don't already have the app, here's all you have to do. Text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download the app. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, October 7th. So if you do it today, you got multiple chances to enter and increase your chances. Meanwhile, it's a national title game rematch this weekend. We're going to get a good preview of it from Christian Capel. Washington Wednesday is happening next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Hawks Live.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Join former Seahawks Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer as they go deep on the Hawks with player interviews and opponents' analysis.
We're joined now by Drake Thomas. Talk to me about the Mike McDonald defense.
I think he really utilizes personnel well, and I think that the game plan and attacking teams and what they're doing is just on another level.
Presented by the Bellevue Collection.
Every Thursday night throughout the Hawks season.
You guys have heard me talking about working out at home. I absolutely love it. I went to gyms for years and years and years, and there's certainly a benefit, but I love just getting home and not having to get back in the car, driving to the gym, waiting for different pieces of equipment, wiping it all down, of course. I know you all do that. And then getting back in the car and coming home. Now I can just do it there at home. And Johnson Fitness and Wellness has gone a long way in helping me put together a home gym that works for me. And what they did in the beginning was just talk to me about my fitness goals, the space I was working with, the budget, everything. And they've got the machines and the equipment to fit everything you need. Johnson Fitness and Wellness, they've got the experts that know their products inside and out, and they are going to get you set up. And in helping you do that right now, in store only, while supplies last, all you do is mention this ad, and our listeners get an indoor cycle for free with Select Force USA Home Gyms. That's right, for free with Select Force USA Home Gyms. You can check out their stores in Bellevue, Tacoma, and Linwood, or check them out online at johnsonfitness.com.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomecomfortAlliance.com.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
Studio wants to make a movie of our podcast.
Don't miss the new season of the Hulu original Only Murders in the Building.
We're going to Hollywood.
We have a fabulous cast.
Eugene Levy.
Eva Longoria.
And Zach Galifianakis.
Oh, yes, Zach Galifianakis, of course.
Starring Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez.
This is box office gold.
We'll take it from here.
You got this?
We're not children. And can you open this snack? My assistant's not here.
The Hulu original series, Only Murders in the Building, Season 4. New episodes Tuesdays, streaming on Hulu.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything, like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and saute. That's Desmond Howard level versatility.
Huddle up, the food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Tune in next Sunday as your Seattle Seahawks take on New York. Kickoff at 1:25 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino.
Hawks live.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court.
Geno Smith has himself a day.
Presented by the Dining District of the Bellevue Collection.
On Seattle Sports.
Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Geno Smith set a Seahawks franchise record with 56 pass attempts on Monday and threw for a career-high 395 yards. He was fantastic under a lot of pressure in the loss to the Lions. Mike Macdonald acknowledged his quarterback's impressive performance on the Mike Macdonald Show with Brock and Salk, but he says having that many dropbacks is not something they want to have him repeat.
I played a really good game. They gave him some hard things. He was like, the way they rush and like with Aiden there, you don't have forever back there. And so he's making fast decisions. I think our guys are getting their spots well. And the way the game played out, we needed him to do that. I mean, we don't want to, I love Geno having massive amount of stats, but I don't know how many times he dropped back, but that's not a consistent winning formula. But the guys did what they needed to do to keep us, keep us in the game.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Carl was a very safe cyclist. He was just a man who was trying to stay healthy.
I was riding along and I could see very well, but I didn't see something in front of me and I flipped over the top and I landed on the back of my neck and ended up breaking my neck.
After his accident, we moved to Spokane because we physically could not get him into our house. Our daughter-in-law arranged for us to meet with 3 different law firms, and the Davis Law Group was the clear choice.
When I found out that the Supreme Court had ruled in our favor, I just remember that I was exhilarated. It was very elating. Chris did a great job.
Settling the case when we did, it means that we don't have to worry about stretching every single dollar. We always felt that they were going above and beyond.
Learn more about Carl's story at dlgstories.com/Carl.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Offer ends 10/13/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Washington Wednesdays is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Washington Wednesdays. Brought to you by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
It is Wednesday, Washington Wednesdays. This happens every single Wednesday. We take a look at what's going on with the University of Washington with a man who keeps an eye on every bit of it for us, our University of Washington football insider for Seattle Sports and the publisher of On Montlake. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Christian Capel is with us. How are you, man?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. That was disappointing. Maybe I underestimated Rutgers. I was expecting a different outcome. It was I'm putting up 18 points. The offense wasn't what I was hoping for. They had they made a push toward the end, but ultimately I'm curious what your expectations were going in the way of how they matched up versus how it ultimately came out.
Yeah, it's funny. I predicted a 3-point Rutgers victory.
Did you really?
So I did, yeah. I think I called it 23-20.
Wow.
So I'd like to say that that's how I saw it going, but it actually wasn't. It wasn't how I saw it going. I thought we'd come away from that game saying, Okay, those were two pretty evenly matched teams that played, a physical slugfest type of game. The home team playing on a Friday night against the visitors from across the country made one or two more plays, and Washington just didn't quite have the juice to pull out a road victory like that. And I was like half right. I don't know how you could come away from that game thinking that Washington shouldn't have won with the way that they moved the ball, the yardage advantage. I mean, to average 7.9 yards per play and total 521 yards and score 18 points is pretty mind-boggling. And to do that without giving up a sack, without giving up a TFL, without turning the ball over, without giving up any explosives on special teams, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. So, I think if those teams played again this week on a neutral site, Vegas probably sets the line a little bit differently in Washington's favor, but you also can't say they deserve to win the game. They certainly did not with the way they failed in the red zone, the penalties, a couple of breakdowns defensively, although they still played pretty well that way. It was just a very, very frustrating result for Washington.
Hey, you mentioned the penalties, and I know that offensive line was one of those concerns that a lot of different guys coming together, but is it Titi Ali that drew the penalty? That was one of the more bizarre things. They didn't call targeting on it, but he just absolutely destroys the defensive back, and then jumps on him on the ground and kind of drills him into the ground. And they didn't call the targeting, but I was like, that's the kind of offensive lineman I would want to have on my team. Is that group kind of coming together?
Yeah, I mean, I think that just the numbers tell a pretty good story for them, right? They passed for over 300. They ran for over 200.
Yeah.
And they didn't have a player tackled behind the line of scrimmage. That's if you're an O-line and you go on the road, against a team that I think prides itself on playing pretty physical defensively, and I think it'd been pretty tough against the run and all those things. And you're able to put up numbers like that, you got to feel pretty good about it, especially it's still, game 5 with this group that we all know is brand new and still getting to know each other. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, you mentioned that play. That's a penalty. Drew has a party, gets hit for a dead ball personal foul that kills another drive. They had a false start in the red zone that backed him up and put him behind the sticks and hurt him. So as much concern as there was about the offensive line going into this season, I think it centered around their actual play, right? Are they going to be able to open creases for Jonah Coleman, and are they going to be able to protect Will Rogers? I think their bigger issues have been ones that, yeah, you might expect from a group that doesn't have any continuity or any experience playing together. There's been a ton of false starts. There's been, the center quarterback snap exchange is still rough. They had another one of those at Rutgers that cost them some yardage. So it's a lot of stuff like that they've got to clean up. They're making some unforced errors, I think.
Hey, what's your take on their defense? It was interesting because they held the passing attack to very little in the way of damage. I mean, he was 14 of 24 for 115 yards. He did have a touchdown, but he certainly wasn't picking them apart through the air. But then you look at what they did on the ground, talking about Rutgers, they ran for 184 yards and 2 touchdowns, and they were having trouble there. So what is that? This opponent, you felt like, all right, maybe a bad matchup, or they got out of their game plan, so to speak, or do you look at it as this is going to be a problem that needs to be addressed as the season moves on?
Yeah, I mean, I think run defense, if you're deciding between, hey, what's a bigger concern for Washington, stopping the run or stopping the pass, it's definitely going to be stopping the run, especially going forward, because they've lost Javon Parker for the season. It was by far their best D lineman in the Rutgers game. It was the best he'd played in his career, I think, and seemed like he was really turning the corner, getting healthy off a knee injury, and now he's got a torn Achilles, so he's out for the season. And they've had some injuries up front where you look at that front four and kind of wonder, with the depth they have there, are they going to hold up? Is a team like Michigan going to be able to really run it on them? But I don't know. I think Kyle Mononga is really good. Rutgers running back. He finished with 134 yards and 25 carries, I think. He had a couple explosive runs, and they gave up a 37-yard touchdown run to his backup, Samuel Brown. And I think, there was really 2, 3, 4 runs that accounted for a big chunk of their rushing yardage. It's funny, you look at Rutgers' success rate, play by play, did they accomplish what they wanted to? And it was really pretty low. But they managed to hit some runs and kind of wore him down a little bit. And the play after Javon Parker goes out with an injury is when they hit that 37-yard touchdown run in the fourth quarter to go up 2 scores. So I think overall, it felt like there were a lot of no gains, 1 yard, 2 yard, 3 yard. But Rutgers they know who they are. They're going to keep at it. They're going to be really persistent. And they kind of wore him down, and I think busted the dam open there to hit a couple big runs and get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I thought that Samuel Brown touchdown, man, the one you mentioned, that was an amazing run. And how good is Rutgers? I mean, they're 4-0 obviously, and they've handled the sort of weaker teams. But I thought it was a really good competitive game. It's tough flying across the country, but how good do you think this Rutgers team is? That they're not ranked, but I'm curious how good you think they're going to be this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're solid for sure. And you mentioned that, you look at the teams they've played and, who have they really beat and all that sort of thing. But look at the rest of their schedule. They spent, they kind of paid rent on this deal in the Big Ten because they were in that Big Ten West division in the Big Ten East division with Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan. Mm-hmm. And Rutgers had to play Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan every year. And I think they beat those 3 teams combined one time over the years since they've been in the conference. Well, the divisions are gone, and not only do they not have to play those 3 teams every year, but this year they don't play any of them.
Yeah.
So it's a relatively favorable schedule for Rutgers. This was their big home game. I mean, Washington coming out on a Friday night was their big home game. This was their blackout. They had, I think, the second highest attendance in stadium history there. At least that's what they announced. It was rocking. It was a great atmosphere. So, I would not be surprised at all if they end up being an 8 or 9 win type of team. I mean, I think Graciano's a great fit there. Like you mentioned, it's not a dynamic passing offense at all. That's just not who they are, but that's not who they try to be. They got a great running back. I think they got 2 pretty good running backs. They're tough. They're physical. They play hard. And I think they're going to scratch out a pretty decent record.
Christian, we're up against the clock, but just give me 30 seconds on the I guess it is the rematch of the national title game, even though it doesn't feel like it, considering where the Huskies are now, and it's different head coaches, different quarterbacks, the stars are gone. So, is there much juice behind this? How do you see this matchup?
I think there will be come Saturday. It's sold out, which had a couple of those at Husky Stadium last year, but it's tough to get 70,000 plus in there these days. So I think it'll be a lot of fun, and then Washington's favored, which might seem a little surprising, but look at what Michigan has done, or rather hasn't done in the passing game, and what Washington's done defensively. And I think it's a sneakily a really pretty good matchup. I think it'll be a low scoring one, but I think it'll be a pretty good game.
Well, I'll take your word on it because you nailed the 3-point difference in this last week. So we'll go with you on this one. Christian, good stuff, man. We always appreciate it. We'll talk again next week.
All right. Thank you, guys.
There you go. There's Christian Capel, our University of Washington football insider for Seattle Sports and publisher of On Montlake. Coming up, this might be the strangest answer you're ever going to hear from a professional athlete, and you're going to hear it when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Seattle has 2 games in 8 days coming up here. One of them is going to be against the 49ers on Thursday Night Football. Oh, also, Bump, I'm just throwing it in here for fun. They've got 6 injured starters on defense. This is, without a doubt, and it's funny because we're going to keep saying this, the biggest test Mike McDonald and his team are going to face so far.
Everything's a big test.
Everything's a big test.
It's the first. everything's brand new for Mike McDonald, but I think he's up for it. Suck it up, Buttercup. Let's go.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
911, what is your emergency?
There's a fire in my building. Please send help right away.
What is the address of the fire?
My address. Hold on. Oh, wait. The fire sprinkler just went off, and it's putting out the fire.
Good to hear. The fire department will still be dispatched as a precaution.
Fires are fast, but fire sprinklers are faster. Fire sprinklers get water on a fire immediately to protect you and your property. Install fire sprinklers in your home or business today. Brought to you by Puget Sound Area Fire Protection Contractors.
Want to listen to Seattle Sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle Sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Summer's over and you've had your fun, but now it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you that's possible. We want to be your teammate. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs. Just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and keep it off for the long term. We know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
I really appreciated how fast the program works. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks. I think I dropped 20 in just the first 3. It's pretty incredible. And in terms of the healthiness, yeah, it's real food that you're buying at the grocery store.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Buy a heat pump, get a furnace free. Now from Deere Services. You heard right. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free from Deere Services. Save now and combine the year-round benefits and comforts of both systems, giving you warm winters and cool summers. Make an appointment at DEARservices.net, and we'll be there within 3 hours guaranteed. And get this, no service fees. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free now at Deere Services. Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and I have had my share of sports injuries, and I know a little bit about pain. Well, that's what football will do to you from head to toe. But you don't have to play professional sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that's where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine comes into play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Don't let pain stop you from enjoying life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. That's right, your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your own body's healing potential. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Well, it kind of seems like most people aren't too upset after the Seahawks lost to the Lions. And that includes Geno Smith. He still has plenty of confidence after they lost on Monday.
You know, we're just a group of
bad MFers, man. That's just the type of guys we got on this team, and no one had any doubt, and that's the thing that, you could see. When we walked out there on that field, we were down 14, but there was no doubt that we were going to give ourselves a chance to win. Unfortunately, we didn't do enough. I didn't do enough to get that done, but it's one game, move on, go to next week.
I don't think that any of that lies directly on Geno's shoulders. Did a great job, threw it a ton, and he's leading the league in yardage right now, and he's second in completion percentage. But I think if you're an offensive player, other than some issues with the interior part of the line, I mean, is Stone Forsythe getting bull rushed by Hutchinson? Is that like a huge problem? He pressured Geno quite a bit, but Geno's great in the pocket, his pocket awareness. But I just overall thought that there was a ton to like. If you're an offensive player, you feel pretty good about that performance.
Yeah, that was the side of the ball that shined. They played in a way we hadn't seen to that point, seen moments, but for the majority of the game, we talked about them kind of going dead against the Dolphins, where they started out hot and then all of a sudden it was punt, interception, punt, 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 punt. And for whatever reason, the offense just went flat. In this game, that was the opposite. So there's a lot to be positive about on that side of the ball, and the defense, hopefully everything's extremely fixable, and we'll see the results of those fixes coming up this weekend.
It seemed like right in a row you got that backflip somersault thing that K9 did, and then the throwback thing, and then you got DK hurtling into the end zone. Even AJ Barner tried to do it. You got high centered there, but there was a lot. They just have a lot of confidence, and just calling those plays and making those kind of plays. I just feel like they're just letting it flow, man. It's very natural the way that they're playing, and it's not like they're struggling. It's just very smooth right now.
Sweeping the dial.
Not a good situation for the Raiders right now. So Davante Adams, in an interview with Kay Adams yesterday, was asked about his coach Antonio Pierce, who accidentally liked an Instagram post about a Davante Adams trade rumor.
Yeah, I haven't heard from him. I haven't talked to him. So I haven't. I don't know. I don't really know exactly what that was about. Obviously, I got. Social media is a beast, so it's a lot of people out there that saw it and wondering what's going on, and people reaching out. And I haven't spoke to him. What I'm hearing is that a lot of people think you may never play another down as a Raider. What would you say to that? All I can control is this talk we're having right here, and then after we're done with this, all I can control is the next thing that I'm on to. So I'm gonna get up in a minute and get a nice workout in, and that's all I can control.
I mean, he accidentally liked it.
Well, Antonio Pierce, I'm guessing, didn't like it on purpose because he probably didn't want people to see it. So if he's scrolling, you fat thumb it,
Yeah, I think it's odd that there are those that are so dialed into everybody's social media account where they can say, "Hey, did you see so-and-so stop following the team?" Like, no. You comb through who they're following. You click on who they're following. You're going to go through hundreds, maybe thousands of accounts they follow to see, are they still following their team, or they unfollowed their team. That seems very time-consuming, and just it's weird minutia to me. But people get dialed into that. Maybe there's a quicker way of finding that out that I'm not aware of, but it seems a weird thing to go after and watch. Oh, he's not following his team anymore. He's not following his quarterback anymore.
Do you think that social media stuff becomes addictive, like what we were talking about earlier during the break about like Age of Empires, stupid, computer game that I got addicted to? And, is that the same thing with social media? It's like,
certainly to an extent. I don't know about the extent of checking to see if they're still following somebody or not. That seems very cumbersome, but I don't know. What are you going to say there, Matt? You look like
I was just going to say that Age of Empires rocks and Twitter sucks. So if you're going to waste time on one, make it Age of Empires.
It was an Instagram post, so doesn't make a difference.
We're all wearing gray shirts.
The dial.
I know. Hey, you kind of did that with a camera today.
Oh, you got a black shirt on.
Camera. I know. Hey, we're all wearing black shirts. Wow. All right. Well, you guys can relate to this because I certainly could. So this was probably the strangest answer ever given in a professional setting. Second-year Trailblazers guard Scoot Henderson at the team's media day had an answer that sounds like something I would give.
Scoot, now that you have a couple months of distance from it, kind of what do you look back on about your rookie season and kind of what you learned from it?
I look back at the food, the good food that I had. Yeah, a lot of the food. And what I've learned from it. You know what I'm saying?
What a wordsmith.
What he learned from the food?
The hell is he talking about?
That's why it's the strangest answer you'll ever hear.
That was definitely a Lefko answer.
He was hungry that day, I guess.
Well, I'm glad food was great. That's cool. What did he learn from the food? And what I learned from it. What the hell is that?
Yeah, there are some guys, we talk about this all the time. There are sometimes you're like, man, I can't wait to hear from this guy, and he's a great player and everything, and then you get him on the radio or TV, and it's not so great.
And you're going, I don't think I need to hear from him again.
Yeah, that's enough, Scoot.
Yeah, that's all right.
How about a follow-up question, though? What kind of food? What was your favorite? What was your favorite meal?
I thought he was going to get into a conversation about boats, and you were just going to go. That's how I would have handled it.
Yeah, I could have gone a follow-up on the food. So bad reporting there for not following up. But yeah, that was something.
Yeah, all right. Good stuff, Scoot. Been a good week for this guy. I tell you what, his Lions win, his Tigers sweep the Astros. This guy, he's always happy anyway, but he's got to be extra happy. We'll find out. John Morosi joins us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Get ready for Thursday Night Football. Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to watch the Seahawks host the San Francisco 49ers October 10th.
Holy catfish!
Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter for your chance to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter via the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds will be.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Listen to it every day, October 2nd through October 7th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Well, you probably noticed the temperature starting to fluctuate, and that gets even more pronounced at night. Is your insulation ready for the upcoming cold season? Let me guess. You haven't checked. You're like me. You don't want to go into your attic or your crawl space. Well, that's why Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to. It's Mike Salk here. They came out to my house for a free inspection and found my insulation wasn't up to snuff. So they showed me pictures of the problem, explained it, and then they got it all fixed. Now, Crawl Pros has partnered with Puget Sound Energy to provide special rebates on insulation work. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Don't wait for the temperatures to drop. Take advantage of these enormous rebates today. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free. Again, if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
If you're injured in the state of Washington, here's what matters. Who represents you matters. The experience of their staff matters. Their investigation team and track record of success matters. Davis Law Group was founded in Seattle and has been winning cases for more than 30 years. We know Washington State, we know our courts, and we know how to deliver the highest level of client satisfaction. And that's what matters.
At Pacific Power Batteries, you won't find anything with pumpkin spice. We sell batteries for everything to anyone. No warm, fuzzy mittens, no umbrellas, no potpourri in our nice stores. But when the going gets tough and the lights go out and your stuff won't start, you'll be glad that you came to Pacific Power Batteries. And if you're not sure if your battery is dead, we'll test it for you for free. We will sell no battery for anything before it's time. We're honest people at Pacific Power Batteries, doing batteries since 1985.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought, I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppable bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Things getting worse for the Miami Dolphins as their linebacker Jalen Phillips will sit out the rest of the season because of a partially torn ACL. The team confirmed that today. Phillips initially suffered the injury during Monday's loss to the Tennessee Titans when the helmet of teammate Jordan Poyer collided with his right knee while trying to tackle Titans running back Tony Pollard in the second quarter. He was escorted to the locker room for further testing and did ask to re-enter the game. He did so after being fitted for a brace at halftime, but his season has come to an end. Meanwhile, taking a look at your baseball scoreboard right now, Mets and Brewers tied at 1 apiece. That game in the top of the second inning. The Mets with a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. Padres hosting the Braves. That one coming up in just a bit. The Padres out to a 1-0 lead in that one. Finals from today. The Royals complete the 2-game sweep of the Orioles on the road, 2-1 the final. So they move on to face the Yankees. Orioles go home, much like the Astros going home after losing their second game to the Tigers on their home field, 5-2 the final there.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is served by Warrior Injury Law.
I've never heard a person walk out of a stadium and say, wow, I wish that game would have included more weighting.
He is an endless source of baseball and hockey knowledge.
José de Ríos, el lanzador de Puerto Rico en el Clásico Mundial de Béisbol.
Sean Morosi, every week with Wyman and Bob.
You're being serious with me right now?
Well, this guy's always in a good mood. He's always a ray of sunshine, but I got to feel like he's shining just a bit brighter today after his football team wins on Monday Night Football, looking very good, beating the Seahawks. And then the Detroit Tigers on the road, sending every Astros fan home sad and unhappy, which just fills me full of joy. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, our buddy John Morosi. How are you?
Doing great. It has been quite a week, quite a time in Detroit sports, and I do think that Seattle fans can certainly relate to some extent to what happened today, and that was by the Tigers winning on the road it secured a playoff game at home, at least one of them, against the Guardians in the division series. Similar to, for the Mariners, for the end of the drought to feel real a couple years ago, you had to win that series in Toronto and bring back a home game.
That's
and
right.
certainly they did that. And so now the Comerica Park is going to host its first home playoff game in 10 years. You're right. The Lions are playing great. We've got the Huskies and the Wolverines on Saturday. It's almost like the sports gods just designed for us to have a conversation right in the middle of all this, because it feels like Detroit, Seattle, we're all right in the center of the sports world right now.
Yeah, they're dominating right now. I went to a place there. Everybody there is very excited, JP, because I was in town there and went to a place called Bookies.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, it was very near the arena there, or I'm sorry, the ballpark, and yeah, it was. There's a lot of excitement, and I told the guy who was driving me there, I go, "You guys killed us." Killed the Mariners.
Right,
So,
you're right.
Yeah,
that was a pivotal moment, and yes, you're right along. Bookies is right there on the Cass Corridor, which is a new, re-emerging neighborhood there in downtown. So I'm glad you enjoyed your stay in beautiful downtown Detroit. But yeah, it's amazing how Detroit. It feels like the Lions almost got it started with the season they had, even in 2022 when they fell just short of the playoffs. But up until last year, when the Lions won a couple playoff games, the entire city, all four major pro teams, had gone a decade without any of them winning a playoff round. So we've got four major pro teams, and they had all gone a decade without anyone advancing in the playoffs. That's a fairly long tenure of struggle and of woe, and now it feels like it's all of a sudden turned right away. Now, I'm not going to start saying that LeBron has to get worried about the Pistons. I'm not going to go that far. I'm not going to go that far.
Are the Red Wings good this year?
The Red Wings, they almost made the playoffs last year.
Okay.
They're on their way. But it's an interesting time, I think, for pro sports here, and you've got Dan Campbell with the way that he carries himself and the bravado that he has, and the grit of the Lions, and the Tigers have kind of absorbed that same philosophy. Where I saw the graphic, SpotTrack.com had the information that Josh Hader himself earns more money in a year than the entire Tigers roster for this round, which is just the numbers. They're mind-boggling. The Tigers came into this series without a single major league free agent on their active roster, so not a single player acquired via major league free agency. And they had really only one player, Matt Vierling, with postseason experience. So it's just a staggering run that they've been on that I think has just totally turned the entire sports world upside down. And now all of a sudden, the long overlooked American League Central claims 3 of the 4 teams in the American League Final Four. I mean, the numbers just the factoids keep coming about how unprecedented all of this truly is.
Well, and the Tigers sold at the deadline, right?
Right.
Yeah, they sold at the deadline, and at one point had, was it a 2% chance of making the playoffs?
Right.
After the All-Star break. I mean, just what they've done is improbable, and there wasn't a bigger Tigers fan today than me. Let me just tell you that. But how surprising do you chalk that up to a team that's kind of in there with, hey, we got nothing to lose. We weren't supposed to be here. We sold at the deadline. The Astros are the bullies that have been in the ALCS for 7 seasons, whatever it's been. There's a looseness to the way that they played. And I'm wondering if you think that was the difference, or are we seeing an Astros team that got off to a horrific start, certainly turned things around and did what they needed to do, but are we getting toward the end of their run, do you think? Or how do you see that? What are the reasons this happened today?
Sure. I think it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. We've seen this many times. We saw it even last year with 2 wildcard teams meeting in the World Series. When teams get in and they are talented and young and have no pressure, they are able to dictate the terms of some of these playoff games in ways that the more veteran teams can't. I think if this was a 7-game series, the Astros might well have found a way to prevail. There is such a thing as the value of experience in a long series. But in a short series, if you are not clicking on all cylinders at the very beginning, your season can end the next day. And I think that is in some way easier for a team that wasn't supposed to be there in the first place, which is Detroit, to handle that. I mean, they fell down late in this game today and came back. I mean, they were, and there may have been a more veteran team that after they fell behind, they might say, well, okay, maybe it's not meant to be. And yet the Tigers, it seemed like they were even more resolved to come back. And Andy Ibanez with a huge hit down the left field line. And I do think there is an element of youth and not thinking too much beyond this day. I think in the case of the Astros, Alex Bregman might have walked off the field for the final time as an Astro just a couple hours ago. And there is no way that reality was not somewhere in the back of his mind. He's a very mentally strong guy, but he had to be aware of that in some way, shape, or form. And I'm sure all the Astros players, they're older, they've been through more bumps and bruises. The Tigers, their ball club is designed to bullpen their way through games. Once Skubal has done what Skubal does, then you can be really creative with the rest of your pitching. And it's a lot easier for A.J. Hinch to say to Brennan Hanafy, Tyler Holton, Brant Herter, Sean Gunther, hey, you're going to come in the third inning, you're going to come in the fifth inning. If Dan Wilson had said, hey, Kirby, you've got the first two, and then we need to have Castillo come in after him, right? It's just different. When it's guys with stature, it's a little bit different. And they let Skubal be Skubal, and everybody else is an out-getter in some way, shape, or form. And dividing up a game that way turns out, when you've got a really good pitching coach, which they have in Chris Fetter and Robin Lund as his assistant, they've executed very, very well. The recipe exists, and now it's going to be interesting to see how many other teams say, well, we can become the Tigers. Well, I'm sure that on some level the Reds feel that way, the Pirates feel that way, younger teams that are still emerging. But it's hard to do what they've done, and certainly two big things had to happen for this to occur. The Twins had to have a horrendous September, and the Tigers had to win two pivotal series against the Mariners right in the middle of this run. Because if those two series don't happen, or if they flip the other way, Seattle's playing that series right now. And that we talked about it the day that 2-1 game happened. That, looking back, that was the most consequential game of the Mariners season. We didn't realize it at the time, but we sensed it was a missed opportunity. We didn't fully appreciate it in the moment, just what a huge missed opportunity that was for the Mariners.
Yeah, I mean, just back to the game today for a moment, you touched on, I mean, you had 7 guys go out there and pitch for this team today, for the Tigers. It was amazing, but
unreal.
I got to know how you were feeling about Jake Rogers when he did not field that one hopper to home on a brilliant play. I think it was Torkelson.
Right.
Comes up with a fantastic play. Good one hop to the plate. He catches it. They cut down that run at the plate, and it bounces off him.
Right.
I was a little uptight with him.
Well, first of all, Jake, on a lot of levels, okay, he's from Texas. He was acquired by the Tigers in the Verlander trade, and then Justin, of course, is in the dugout as all this is unfolding because he's not on the active roster because he struggled down the stretch. And I have covered. I was actually telling my parents this today. I've covered a ton of playoff games in that ballpark in Houston, and it gets loud. I have been in a lot of playoff environments in that ballpark, and it gets raucous. That the cannon gets going, and it's loud with the roof closed, and that place can turn, and the volume in that place gets to some pretty high decibels. But that to me was the ultimate test, and that's where the Tigers, they'll go into Cleveland, and it's a place they go to a number of times a year in division. They will feel comfortable playing there. It's a really good team, but I think in a lot of ways Houston, because of the mystique, they made the ALCS every year for 7 years running, and the Tigers, a team that was 10 games out of a playoff spot a couple months ago, is the team that ends it. I mean, this is lunacy, really. It really is, in all the best ways of baseball. That none of this makes sense, and that's why it's so much fun. But you're right. I mean, when that happened, from having been in that ballpark a lot, I said to myself, it's about to get really loud, and the momentum is going to turn in this game. And to the Tigers' credit, and maybe some degree of it, were the Tigers thinking in the back of their minds, hey, our manager has been in a lot of playoff games in this ballpark, and he's won a lot of them, and maybe we should just keep playing and trust that we've got the right moves being made behind us, because it sure seemed that way. They were much calmer than I would have been in that circumstance, and it's a big credit to AJ and his players for pulling it out today.
Hey, JP, I don't know if you've got a sense from Bob about how much he hates the Astros.
We've talked about this a time or two in the past.
Yeah.
It's come up in our conversation.
Well, and Alex Bregman's name has been thrown around, which I would love to see them sign him just so I could watch Bob sort of go through. First of all, I think he would,
the Mariners sign him, you mean?
Yeah,
See him come to Seattle.
Yes, he would come to Seattle, and Bob would be, I don't know what he would do. He might explode internally.
Conflicted.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how much you heard of the Jerry Dipoto press conference and some of the reactions and things like that, but it kind of sounds like that would not be a player, Alex Bregman, that the Mariners would go after. But I don't know. What did you make of some of the stuff that you heard coming out of Seattle at the end of the year?
I do think they'll be active. And obviously the key thing was that it was said we're not going to trade our core pitching, and that, or I'm paraphrasing there, but it seemed like it was fairly definitive that was the at least the beginning plan of the season, is to not sacrifice any of those guys in a trade.
Yeah,
I think this team offensively, they have wrapped up a ton of their identity in Julio, and the question is, will that be enough? Will you bank on the Astros maybe finally showing some vulnerability and coming back to the pack, and maybe the Rangers not fully rebounding in the way that they certainly expect they're going to, and that the A's and the Angels still have some distance to go in their rebuilds? The division is favorable, actually, I think, for them to be better next year. And again, this is pro sports, and this is why it's so much fun to analyze. Do you really change your entire MO because you fell one win shy of the playoffs? And any number of players who, by the way, probably aren't even going to be on the team next year just because of basic attrition could have been the guy that you could have said, okay, they could have done more in this one game against the Tigers or anybody else. So it's difficult to fully revamp your club. But I will say this: when this team has struggled, it's been a team that has struggled, and you start to wonder, what exactly is their identity offensively? Are you a slugging team 1 through 9, like what the Padres have all of a sudden built? Are you a really athletic team with like what the Royals have done and being able to win a series against Baltimore? Are you just this youthful, exciting team with just enough power and timely hitting like the Tigers have shown the last month or so? Who are you? And I think the answer going into this year was, we're built around Julio Rodriguez, one of the best talents in the game. And we've got one of the best all-around catchers in the game in Cal Raleigh. And in some ways, that's a really good starting point. I think they need a little bit more. They need not just a supporting actor here. They need a co-star. And whether that's an Anthony Santander, who, as of today, may have played his last game with Baltimore, he's a name that I would mention. Is it a Jurickson Profar, who's been a huge guy with the Padres? Whoever it is, and Profar maybe isn't quite that same level of impact of Santander. I'm mentioning a couple of guys.
Did he sign just a 1-year deal with San Diego? Because he was out there for a long time. He was hanging
out there until spring training.
Yeah.
And if any number of teams had signed him, who knows if he would have been the same level of player with them. But he was out there.
Yeah.
And so that's where. And the Mariners, by the way, they kept trying to make moves late. The Raley move was late. The Haniger move was late. The Polanco move was late. They kept trying to make some marginal moves, but they weren't, in the end, the moves that got them to the playoffs. And that's where the Mariners need to be, I think, they have to swing the bigger bat here and try to really land somebody of consequence, because otherwise we all see it. And I think ownership seems to finally be grasping this, just how good this pitching staff is and how unfortunate, to use a mild word, it is to not fully take advantage of it. And they probably should have gone all in 23 and in 24. They didn't, and they'd better do it now before it's too late.
Yeah, well, that remains to be seen. They seem to be, I don't know, we're parsing statements and things like that. There's been no declaration one way or the other, but if you really read into some of the statements, it doesn't sound like there's going to be this big shift in philosophy or approach, which to me, they're just inviting the vitriol of the fan base in a new way if that's how they do it. But I want to bring you back to Bregman for just a moment. What do you think he's in store for on the open market? I mean, he's a guy who's going to be 31 in March, so he'll be 31 in this season. If you look at his numbers, he's still productive, certainly, but 18 and 19 is when he was really that guy. I mean, he had 18, 31 home runs, 103 runs driven in. 2019, 41 home runs, 112 driven in, and each year he had 296, 286. So average, production was all there. He hasn't really approached those numbers since. And I'm wondering if you feel like, all right, are we seeing him on the downside of his career, that he's no longer ascending, and that may affect his market? Or how do you view him?
It's interesting. He's a winner. He's been around winning for a long time. And I do think that when you look at Matt Chapman's deal, which he just signed with the Giants, I think that contract is one that will get referenced here. I think Chapman is a more elite defender than Bregman is at this point in time. Chapman was also a more offensive player this past year, just in terms of the sheer numbers that he was able to put up. And Chapman signed for 151 over 6, rather than it was sort of a reworking of a deal. And that's probably, I think that's the ceiling of what Bregman gets. I really do. I mean, because there's now this question about the elbow that he was dealing with this year. I think right now it's all about the platform year. He's now in his early 30s. These numbers that I'm mentioning, whether it's 6 for 151 like what Matt Chapman got, another former Astro and George Springer. I think the deal that George signed with Toronto, which some have said right now looks like an overpay, that was, again, 6 years for 150. It feels like that's the same general range, and again with inflation, et cetera, since at least the Springer deal was signed, maybe that number moves upwards. But it feels like that number is going to come in under 200. I don't think he's going to be a $200+ million player. I just don't, based on his age and the concerns that you mentioned. He's still a well above average offensive player, but is he elite on the level of what a Juan Soto is, or what a Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is going to be a year from now? He's not in that class. And so I think that right around 150, 160 over 6 years, somewhere in that 5 or 6 years, somewhere in that range is probably a fair expectation.
The 720, which is Colorado, sends in a message here. Bregman's numbers declined with the removal of banging trash cans. So you don't have to laugh at that,
there is an argument to be made that his greatest years came before that story came to light. Yeah. That is a fact.
Well, who do you like in the playoffs, JP? Just a team to root for. I don't know why. The Cleveland Guardians, I guess.
Sure. That's going to be, by the way, Detroit and Cleveland matching up in a playoff series for the first time, at least in this sport, ever. They've met before with LeBron. And by the way, I covered one. Randomly, I covered a Game 7 between the Pistons and Cavaliers right as LeBron was ascending. It was actually kind of a cool experience to see that. But so I think the Guardians-Tigers series is going to be fun. Two fan bases that know each other really well. You can drive that series. It's kind of unique. If the Mets, and they're winning right now, if the Mets go on and win this series and play the Phillies, whew, my goodness. Those two cities, those two markets playing in the playoffs for the first time would be epic in terms of a New York-Philly playoff series. So I think those are the ones to watch. The Mets they're a likable team. The Tigers obviously are a likable team. The Royals are too, and they're going to go into Yankee Stadium. You know, this Yankees team with Aaron Judge, first time as a captain for him. Juan Soto in his contract year. That's going to be unique to see what kind of show that he puts on for all the fans. And then I think out west, the Padres, the way they've played, they've been a lot of fun to watch too. So I really think right now, the Padres, in my estimation, they've got as good of a chance to win the National League as anybody else. I would take it's even for me versus the Phillies and Dodgers. I think the Padres are that good, and if the Padres meet the Dodgers, and I expect that they will, I think San Diego wins that series.
Hey, quickly, we're up against the break, JP, but I got to get a thought from you on the passing of Pete Rose, who's got a very complicated history off the field of the kind of person he was and all of that. But just give me a thought on him, and if you had a vote, he were on the ballot, would you put him in?
I would not put him in. And that may sound a little harsh, but I do believe that in baseball, the Rule 21 and betting on baseball, which he admitted that he did, it took him more than a decade to do so, but he finally admitted that. That is one of those transgressions that is not forgotten in this sport, and it's still there for Joe Jackson, and it's going to be there for Pete Rose for all time. I would have wished for there to be a way going back maybe in how he handled it right at the outset that would have allowed the ruling perhaps to be different or some conversation thereof just about the way that he related to baseball. But for the Hall of Fame, when it's a permanent ineligible list, I just have a hard time honoring someone in the Hall who's been on the permanent ineligible list because of transgressions of that kind. So my heart goes out to his family, certainly, and I was briefly a colleague of his at Fox, and certainly I appreciated his perspective on the game and what he could talk about hitting and really educate us as coworkers. But the Hall of Fame is separate, and there are people that I would wish well for, but I don't vote for them for the Hall, and I think Pete falls into that category.
JP, great stuff. And once again, congratulations to you on your Lions, on your Tigers. We'll see what happens with your Michigan Wolverines this weekend, but we'll talk next week, and we'll get into some Kraken talk coming up as well. So
can't wait. I think the Huskies win this one by a touchdown.
Wow.
I got 28-21 Washington is my pick.
Okay. All right. We'll see what happens.
He's just trying to suck up to the Washington fans because he
I was texting with my brother-in-law a little while ago. I just think Michigan, they almost blew that game against Minnesota. Offense has been an issue, and I think Washington's got some revenge on their mind, so I think the Huskies win by a score.
All right. We'll find out. But congrats again, and I was a huge Tigers fan today.
I could tell. Now, in honor of Jake Rogers, you're going to have the same mustache that Jake is rocking.
Absolutely.
I believe that's what you're going to be
not.
doing in honor of Jake.
Absolutely. He looks like an 1800s boxer.
He's the best. I had a nice talk with him last week. He's a great guy.
Yeah. All right, JP. Have a great rest of your week.
All the best. We'll talk to you soon. Take care.
There you go. John Morosi with us each and every week. If you missed any part of that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that, and it'll be right there waiting for you. Make sure you click subscribe. That's the key to all of it. You never have to do a thing after that. Meanwhile, there's a potential massive trade about to happen in the NFL. We'll get into that and some other things happening around the league. That's coming up with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
What'd you see from Geno?
They played a really good game. They gave him some hard things. The way they rush and like with Aiden there, you don't have forever back there. And so he's making fast decisions. I think our guys are getting their spots well. In the way the game played out, we needed him to do that. But the guys did what they needed to do to keep us, alive, keep us in the game. And there was a path to win the game. We've got to give our guys credit for fighting it out the whole time.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
After years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman here, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy with Dr. Wagner. It helps with severe osteoarthritis, including bone-on-bone. Loss of cartilage, even rotator cuff, labrum, and meniscus tears. And it's about getting people back to doing all the activities they love without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Olshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Ready to take your Seahawks game day to the next level? From pregame sideline passes to postgame field goal kicks, create unforgettable memories with friends and family this season at Lumen Field. Visit Seahawks.com/game day experiences to level up your game day.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Mark Schlereth joined the Wyman and Bob show yesterday and spoke about the impact that having 5 or 6 of your 11 starters on defense out can have on not just the play, but also the communication. And he says that's why he came away from Monday night's game against the Lions pretty impressed with what the Seahawks were still able to do.
Actually, it changed my opinion that I think they're better than I thought they were. You dominate in the run game and you dominate some of the offensive statistics and you do what you did against them, that's a hell of a game. That's offensive output on the road, dealing with crowd noise. Like, Walker looked like the real deal. I mean, he looked great. I didn't realize he had that kind of speed. Like, damn, when he hit that corner, he hit 21 miles an hour around the corner on that burst where he went to the left and cut it back on that touchdown. It was incredible.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
ESPN Films presents Rhythm Masters, a Mickey Hart experience.
Rhythm Masters are elites in any craft.
Featuring Joe Montana.
It's all rhythm and timing.
Marshawn Lynch.
Rhythm was where my power came from.
Layla Ali.
It does make you think about how everything is connected.
And more, with new and original music from Mickey Hart of the Grateful Dead. Rhythm Masters, a Mickey Hart experience. Stream now on ESPN+.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators...
Like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Based on total household installations as of December 2023.
This hour is served by Warrior Injury Law.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to John Morosi, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, it will be on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, things going on around the NFL, the Raiders and Davante Adams. We played a clip of him talking earlier about a post that Antonio Pierce apparently clicked like on that was suggesting the Raiders trade him, and Lefko thinks it was an accident. I don't know. Maybe he's excited about the idea of being rid of him. I don't know.
Well, how about the two? Like, if you're Adams, why don't you just text him and say, "Hey, coach, is this an accident or?"
Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what happened here. Well, I thought we were cool.
Yeah,
I thought we were in the trust tree.
Because it could be right. He could have gone like, "Oh, thumbs up. Whoops, I actually hit the thumbs down," or vice versa.
Or maybe Pierce could have reached out to him like, "Hey, man, this is blowing up in the media. Let me tell you what happened," or something. But the fact that they haven't spoken, and the Raiders have apparently told teams that they are entertaining offers, that they want a second-round pick in addition to some other things in exchange for him, kind of feels like this is going to happen. I don't know how people feel about that asking price. He's 31, so I don't know that he's getting better at this point, but he'd like to be reunited with one of his two quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers, who was his teammate in Green Bay, and Derek Carr, who was his teammate in college and with the Raiders. So,
well, he got traded when he was 30 because I think he's 32 now.
31, I think.
Yeah, I think sometime this year he's going to be 32. But I guess he's still got that. And he was a Pro Bowler in 2022. But mostly the guys that play for Antonio Pierce seem like they love him.
Yeah,
and that was a well-received coaching change.
Yeah, Davante will be 32 in December. Yeah. He's a Christmas Eve kid. So, yeah. 24th. But, yeah, he's had a great career. He's had, 4 years in a row of over 1,000 yards receiving, 1,500. He's had double-digit touchdowns. He had 18 touchdowns in 2020.
Wow.
18 touchdowns and 1,374 yards. He's had over 100 catches the last 4 years. So he's still a productive guy, but maybe he's turning into a pain in the backside. I'm not sure what's going on there, but he could be moved. We'll see if he ends up with the Jets, who, by the way, the Jets seem like they've got their own issues. We had the conversation with Mark Schlereth yesterday, which was very funny, and he talked about Aaron Rodgers calling Robert Saleh into his office to let him know that he's dumb. And Aaron is very smart, and he knows more about offense and all of that. But I would check out that conversation on the podcast page if you missed that. But now you've got their wide receiver in Garrett Wilson, who's publicly saying the Jets offense needs to mix it up. I don't think we're trying a lot of different things. You're 4 games into the season. You already got your wide receiver out there critiquing your offense. He says his quote is, "I don't think we do a lot of different stuff, to be honest. I watch football on Sundays. I see a lot of teams mix it up and stuff like that. I don't think we do that." So if you're the OC there, are you going, "Hey, shut up.
Yeah.
You catch the ball. I'll coach." It's just like you got too many people who are in charge outside of the head coach and the coaches. You got the quarterback who thinks he's in charge. His wide receiver thinks he's in charge. It's like, yeah, maybe keep that to yourself. But I enjoy it. If they implode, it'll be delightful.
Yeah, and the Jets are headed to England, I believe, to play the Minnesota Vikings. So the Vikings, one of the powerhouses in the NFL early on, 4-0. So, yeah, I feel like maybe it's the Aaron Rodgers effect that everybody on the team thinks they can just pop off and, try to run the team and make sure they put their opinions out there on social media.
Is that more about Saleh not having that presence? I mean, you always talk about Chuck Knox, just having that presence about him. It's not like you thought he could beat everybody up. It's just that presence of, this is the guy in charge. He's in command, whether you agree or not. Could you imagine anybody on that team coming out and talking about, the way Aaron Rodgers, sort of chastised the head coach, or the way the wide receiver is out there talking about their offense? Could you imagine that happening?
Oh, yeah. No, not at all. Not at all. As a matter of fact, when I got to Seattle, and this is how Chuck was, there was no rookie hazing. I didn't have to do anything. And the reason is because I guess they took it too far a couple years before I got there. And I guess Chuck woke everybody up at like 2 a.m. and was just screaming and yelling at him, and like, this is never happening again. And so, yeah, I mean, there's extremes, but I mean, because nowadays, of course, you've got to, especially with a guy like Aaron Rodgers on your roster, you got to let guys, be free to express themselves and all that. But I don't know, man. There's something to be said for the old school way of you would be afraid if your head coach, saw or heard you criticizing the team.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems a weird attitude out there that there does seem to, and maybe people are following Aaron Rodgers' lead, saying, okay, well, I can pop off about what I don't like either.
Yeah.
And I can talk about what we're not doing right, what's going wrong here. So it's interesting that, Garrett Wilson's got some problems with the way the offense is being called. Aaron Rodgers is taking his head coach to task, and team doesn't look great right now.
I know that coaches, they have a saying. It's like, don't ever ask the players what they think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just you guys can keep it to yourself, but I don't want to know.
Yeah. I mean, the Jets they're in second play. They're 2-2. Buffalo's 3-1, and then you got the Patriots and Dolphins, who are both 1-3. So we'll see how it turns out for them. But right now, through 4 games, it seems like there's an awful lot of noise around that franchise.
Kind of follows Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and I love it. All right, don't miss Hawks Live. That's happening tomorrow night with Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer, starting at 7 o'clock at Bellevue Square's Center Court for a live broadcast and a preview of this week's game, plus a visit from a Seahawks player. That would be Pharaoh Brown. How about that?
He's funny.
He's a great interview. We had a really good conversation with him. That's on the podcast page if you missed it. He's a guy you listen to and go, oh, yeah, I like him.
I'm going to text Moyer and Bumpus and say, hey, ask him what he thinks about Husky fans.
Yeah.
Because he told them every one of them is a duck deep down inside.
Yeah. Well, and that's how good of an interview he was, is Husky fans didn't really get that mad at him.
No.
They're like, I like this guy. He was go check that out if you didn't get a chance to hear it. It's on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. But anyway, he will be the in-person guest, and you also have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Seahawks take on the 49ers next week on October 10th. That's Thursday night football, by the way. So that is happening tomorrow night, 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court. You can learn more at seattlesports.com/events. All right, coming up, we learned that it was a day of personal discovery. We'll find out what that discovery was when we find out what we learned with Wyman and Bob. Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Geno Smith in the offense put up 516 net yards. They also scored a season-high 29 points. How special did he look out there?
Geno was on point, man. He threw the ball 56 times. That's a career high. Had 38 completions. That's a career high. People were saying Sam Howell should be the guy. I bet y'all have calmed down with that now. I was really impressed by Geno. His leadership, his composure, getting to the line of scrimmage. He checked out of some plays. At no point did I think Geno was overwhelmed.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey everybody, Bob Stelton here for Johnson Fitness and Wellness, where I got my home gym. Now the difference? Their expert staff. They ask great questions like, what are your fitness goals? What kind of space are you working with at home, and what's your budget? Johnson Fitness and Wellness experts get you the right machine for your home gym dream setup. And right now, in-store only while supplies last, mention this ad and our listeners get an indoor cycle for free with Select Force USA Home Gyms. Shop stores in Bellevue, Tacoma, Linwood, or visit johnsonfitness.com.
What's up, everybody? Michael Bumpus here. Are you looking for quality fencing? Look no further than Contour Fence. Locally owned and operated and serving the Puget Sound area since 1984. They specialize in residential and commercial fencing solutions as well as fence repairs. Visit contourfence.com to learn more about their services and use the code HAWKS10 for 10% off any repair or replacement. Schedule a free consultation directly on their site. Contour Fence, your trusted partner in fencing solutions. Visit contourfence.com today.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
If your home's heating system is 10 years or older, it needs a tune-up. Your furnace and heat pump work extremely hard, and after 10 years, wear and tear can cause a failure. The last thing you want this winter. Deere Services is now offering a heating system tune-up with a no-breakdown guarantee and no service fees for just $49. A thorough inspection and recalibration for just $49. Visit DEARservices.net. Make an appointment, and we'll be there within 3 hours. Deere Services, Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Well, it's buck season at Pacific Power Batteries with our $10 battery bucks for your next trip when you come and buy $100 worth of merchandise. Yes, these are for our dear customers who could use the dough. Pacific Power Batteries has lots of batteries for all of your outdoor gear this fall season. At our stores, some folks might get that deer in the headlights look at the variety of batteries for just about anything. Family owned since 1985, Pacific Power Batteries with batteries for everything.
This is a house of learned doctors.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me. Stupidity is the easiest way out.
I'm told today there was something about personal discovery that was unveiled in the show as we learn new things each and every day here with Wyman and Bob. You guys know this. You walk away smarter than you were before you came into the show. So it's evidence-based. Well, what did we learn today, Lefko?
Oh, I think a few of us discovered some things about ourselves. It was a day of growing and a day of discovery. And the first thing we learned that Dave discovered his own face.
What are you looking at over there, Dave?
Looking at the video there, how come my face is all lit up and it looks like I got like the largest cranium in the entire
Well, they say
building.
They say the camera adds 10 pounds, so maybe it just put it all in your head.
You must have eaten 5 cameras.
Bob's kind of dark with his Seahawk throwback hat there.
Yeah. Yeah,
What's going on
I don't know. I don't know about this camera setup in here, how this works. It's all a mystery.
My wife has to look at that.
Yeah,
every day.
That's what she wakes up to every day, ladies and gentlemen.
Bob too.
Yeah, Shannon and I have to suffer through this every day. Nobody wins.
I just would like to report to the listeners that after we heard the clip that Dave must have eaten 5 cameras, the author of that joke was laughing at his own joke.
He's still laughing.
I have to point out
Behind
that
the
was a
scenes.
Between Two Ferns joke. I did not come up with the "you must have eaten 5 cameras." I'm not that clever.
Oh, is it?
That's a Galifianakis joke?
Then
It
it was a good pull. Very good
one,
pull.
yeah.
All right. You're off the hook now.
What else did we learn, Lefko?
Oh, yeah. Well, speaking of faces, we discussed a pretty punchable one, and we kind of learned how the first meeting will go between Bob and Alex Bregman.
Just to see, how it would tear Bob apart. And here's kind of how I would imagine it would go.
I don't know what it is about your face, but I want to deliver one of these right in your suck hole.
Is there anything I can do to work on that?
No, not really. It's your face. And again, you're doing great, man. This is the Catalina Wine Mix. We're all having a great time. Everybody's having fun. You pulled it off, all right? But if you don't change your face, I'm going to change it for you.
Okay. All I can do is take that in and consider it, and I'll just try to do my best version of whatever I think that would be.
I don't even hear what you're saying right now because your face is driving me nuts.
There's Bob meeting Alex Bregman for the first time.
I love the closing line. I don't even hear what you're saying right now because your face is driving me nuts.
You think he's heard that before?
What's that?
Oh, about just changing his face. I just need you to change your face. It's just punchable. I want to deliver one of these right in your...
right in the suck hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably have a little more tact than that, I would think. But I would tell him I have not been kind to you over the years.
If we were, sometimes we do those interviews out in the hallway, and you hold the phone up and get an interview. And I think the whole time I would just be looking at Bob's face going, how's he going to handle this? What's he going to do here?
It'd be more about how he handles it. I would just tell him what I've said. Here, I've not been complimentary of you. And here's why.
Oh, boy, you're going to tell him the why?
Yeah.
The why for?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't think we'll be getting him back again.
I mean, I can't. It would be disingenuous and cowardly to go, Alex, welcome to Seattle, man. I'm so excited you're here. While some of that could be true on some level, I couldn't just pretend, hey, I've been such a big fan this whole time. I can't go out like that.
That would have been, that'd be funny. You were like, oh, man, I'm your biggest fan, Alex.
People
biggest
around
fan
here
by
are
far.
really giving you a hard time. I've just been defending you left and right. Thank goodness you're finally here. Jeez. No, that's not how that would go. What else did we learn?
Well, this might have been the biggest reveal of all. And I didn't even realize how close we came. And we learned today that we might not have had this beautiful blossoming friendship between Wyman and Matt Nelson.
I have to say, I got my ribs shot up in the preseason.
You're a maniac.
Who
does
here's
that
why.
in the preseason?
I'll say why, though. There was some reason for concern. I had something to prove. And it was my first year in Denver, and I don't think they thought it was working out the way that they thought it would.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I'm playing in this game.
Yeah.
No question about it.
You're a gamer.
And it I'll tell you what, it paid off. It paid off.
Now look at you. Accomplished.
Yeah, look at me now.
Look at me now.
If I hadn't taken that shot in the ribs, I would not be sitting here.
Yeah. Thank God you did.
Looking at Matt Nelson. He's about
I'm just so thankful to that doctor.
Matt's about to pull a muscle laughing.
This never would have happened, Matt. Thank goodness for the shot.
It's a real sliding doors situation. What would our lives look like right now if Dave hadn't gotten that shot,
Happier?
I dream of that.
I think you guys would all be making a lot more money, for sure.
Couldn't be making less.
Yeah. What else? I don't know. You guys are...
I don't know. Are you impeding our progress to make money?
I wonder.
I don't think we could do what we learned without you. I will say that honestly and sincerely.
Oh, that's
So-
very nice of you, Mike. I'm sure that's a compliment in every way.
Absolute compliment.
Yes.
You're a wellspring of material. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, there's another guy laughing at his own joke way too hard.
Look at Matt's cracking up too.
It was a really good one. I really liked that joke.
You know what? Relish it because it doesn't happen often when it comes to Lefko.
Shots are being fired.
We can learn something that's not Dave related.
This took a nasty turn.
What else did we learn?
No, do you know how during a sports broadcast they're always like blah 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 without the express written consent of Major League Baseball? Well, we learned today that Bob, in his excitement, committed a copyright violation.
The Tigers have the bases loaded, Dave. 2 outs, top of the 8th, game tied at 2 apiece. Josh Hader tried to stop this thing for the Astros, and he walked the first guy he faced. So I'm hoping he's just off today, just lays a cookie over the middle of the plate, and we see a line drive or just a ball in the stand somewhere. That'd be delightful. How about that?
I was hoping during the snapshot there that you were going to do a little play-by-play.
Oh, man. Yeah.
He's rounding second. It looks like he's going to score.
I would. Yeah. I'm not a play-by-play guy, but I would do it. I would take on that assignment. I just want every Astro fan to go home upset, miserable, sad.
I don't think you ever celebrated this hard for the Mariners. I think I've said this before. I think your hatred for Houston pretty much trumps any kind of fandom you have for any team anywhere.
Almost. This is there's much more consequence attached to these games we're watching now versus a regular season Mariner game because we've only had, one postseason in over 2 decades, Dave, to really get tied into the consequence attached to those moments. So
I think I'd heard that somewhere.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate truth. And then there was a line drive down the third base line that cleared the bases, extending that lead 5-2, which became the final score.
So there was a copyright infringement with Bob calling the game there.
Yeah,
right?
You're not allowed to rebroadcast or retransmit.
Yeah.
Without their express written consent. I don't think the Astros expressly consented.
Yeah, and I think if the Astros were to listen, whoever's in charge to this show, they would definitely be prosecuting.
It would be poorly received. Yeah, that's okay.
And I would be there like, it was pretty much all Bob.
It was all
okay?
him. Look at me. Don't look at me. I'm an Astros fan. It's him.
Yeah. I actually rooted for you last year.
That's right. That's exactly right. All right. Is that everything we learned?
Yeah. Well, hopefully Dave downloaded our app. We learned that maybe. So,
yeah.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
See
But
if that worked.
That's all we learned today.
All right, that does it for us. I want to thank our guests today, Charles Cross, Field Yates, Christian Capel, and John Morosi. They all joined us on the show today, so if you missed any part of that, head to the podcast page at seattlesports.com, click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that, and it's all going to be right there waiting for you. Don't forget, click subscribe. That way you never have to go through that process again. Meanwhile, we're going to turn you over to playoff baseball, the Padres and Braves, Game 2. You're going to join that one in progress. Coming up, we'll talk to you tomorrow with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Hawks Live.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Join former Seahawks Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer as they go deep on the Hawks with player interviews and opponents' analysis.
We're joined now by Drake Thomas. Talk to me about the Mike McDonald defense.
I think he really utilizes personnel well, and I think that the game plan and attacking teams and what they're doing is just on another level.
Presented by the Bellevue Collection.
Every Thursday night throughout the Hawks season.
Research shows well-maintained trees significantly increase home values. So there is such a thing as a money tree? Find your next money tree at Big Trees, Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. So while money doesn't grow on trees, reap the benefits of a yard landscaped with trees and increase your property value at the same time with Big Trees. For hours, directions, and to find your money tree, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
You like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Offer ends 10/13/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Harnish Auto Family is proud to partner with the Carol Milgard Breast Center in the fight against breast cancer. Hey, Brock Heward here, and all you got to do is simply test drive a vehicle during October, and Harnish will make a donation on your behalf. Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
Upgrade your furnace or heat pump with Home Comfort Alliance, and for a limited time, save up to $4,000 in combined rebates, or enjoy 12 months same as cash, no interest financing on a new Lennox system. Call the comfort people. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And Shannon, we're not just rehabbing injuries anymore. Now we're in the business of speed and performance. Talk to me.
Yeah, Brock, we're really excited. We just opened up our IRG Physical Therapy and Sports Institute in Fremont. It's 5,000 square feet of AstroTurf rubberized flooring. We're not only going to treat your physical therapy conditions, but we're also going to help you as a patient, athlete, a recreational athlete, work on strength, speed, explosion, vertical explosion, horizontal explosion. I mean, we're going to create an athlete out of you and get you back to activity at your best.
What was the genesis of this?
Oh, there's a huge need out there. I mean, you talk to people and you start looking at patients that are going through rehab. Rehab is just part of the processing, getting people to a point, but then the next point is really doing the strength and function explosion and the athletic training skills that everybody wants and needs.
Schedule online right now at irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Like any good agent, we're here for the open house, for the closing, for handing over keys. But because we're realtors, we're here for so much more. Agents who are realtors volunteer at nearly 3 times the national average. We're working to broaden access to credit, increase affordable housing supply, and ensure fair housing for all. And realtors are bound by a code of ethics. We're here for it all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
All right, guys, it's Mike Salk here, and the summer is definitely over. I know you've had your fun. So did I. Maybe you let it get away from you a little bit, but now you know it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you. It's all possible. You got a teammate in Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, no injections, just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and then keep that weight off for the long term. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic knows the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real, healthy foods that you buy at the grocery store and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. So schedule your free online consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. The program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days, including myself. You can do it in person or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. We now join the MLB playoffs already in progress on Seattle Sports.
Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
This is the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bottom of the order for the Padres, 1-0 Atlanta. Solano, Cronenworth, Higashioka against Max Fried. In the home half of the second inning, a run on the first for Atlanta on a sac fly for Marcell Ozuna. And he drove in Michael Harris, the second, who doubled the lead off the ballgame. Donovan Solano, 286, 8 home runs in the regular season. 1 for 3 last night in game 1. And the veteran Solano, who originally signed by the Cardinals back in 2005, now 36 years of age. Right-handed batter, slightly open stance. The lefty Fried, the abbreviated motion. And the pitch. And he floats the breaking ball high for ball one. Solano broke in with the Marlins. He's been with the Yankees, Giants, Reds, Twins, now the Padres. 1-0 from Fried. And that's outside a fastball, 2-0 the count. Fried peers hit at Murphy. Left-hander, third base side of the hill, delivers 2-0, and it's fouled back and out of play. 2-1 the count. Defensively for Atlanta, Laureano's in left with a great arm. Harris in center, Soler in right. Urshela deep at third. The short is Arcia straight up. Shaded up the middle, Albies at second. Olsen way off the first base line. Murphy catching Fried. The 2-1. Swinging a bouncer foul behind third base coach for San Diego, Tim Leeper. And it's 2-2 on Solano leading off the home second. David Macias across the way coaching first for Mike Schilt and the Padres. 2-2. Fried, the pitch. Hit sharply on the ground, knocked down by Urshela at third, picks it up at his feet, throws to first, gets Solano. That ball was scalded off the bat of Solano, and Urshela was able to knock it down. It fell right to his feet, off on his left side, and was able to make the play.
Yeah, he did a nice job. This ball was blistered. Urshela's able to stay in front, knock it down, did not overreact. Picked it up with his bare hand, made the throw across the diamond.
One gone, Jake Cronenworth, second baseman, left-handed batter, digs in, left on left. 17 homers in the regular season for Cronenworth. Pitch, and Fried delivers strike one on a fastball in there. Hit by a pitch, scored a run here last night, going 0 for 2 in game one. Slight shift in the infield, playing Cronenworth to pull. Fried, the one-strike pitch, and that nails the outside corner. 0-2, 96 from the lefty.
There are some things in baseball now I do not understand, and the modified slight shift right here, and then you have a lefty-lefty matchup, and all Fried is doing is pitching him fastballs away. So if Cronenworth would just stay inside of it and shoot one to left field, there's nobody on the left side.
0-2 pitch, swinging a foul at the plate, just got a piece. Phil Cuzzy, our plate umpire tonight. Jansen Visconti, the umpire at first base. The crew chief, Dan Iasonia, at second. Mark Wegner, our third base umpire tonight. In left field, Eric Backus. Nestor Ceja, who had the plate last night in game one, is down the right field line. 0-2 on Cronenworth. One out, bottom two, 1-0 Braves. Fried delivers, swing and a miss. Running a fastball down and in with some sink. And the strikeout on a pitch that was not a strike. And the second strikeout for Fried, and there's two away.
Fried got on the inside of this baseball, and he was trying to be inside corner, and he got inside of it just a little too much, created a lot of sink action diving into Cronenworth. Just no chance to hit that thing.
Right-handed batting catcher Kyle Higashioka homered here last night. Fried delivers, strike one on the inside edge with a fastball. 17 homers, a career high in the regular season for Higashioka, riding a modest 5-game hitting streak back to the regular season. One strike pitch, and that's high from Fried, a sweeper, 1-1. Third baseman Urshela hugging the line deep at third. Shaded toward the hole at short, Arcia. 1-1. Fried, the pitch. And a slow curve drops in there for a strike, 1-2. Higashioka came over with Michael King in that offseason trade that sent Juan Soto to the Yankees. Along with Trent Grisham went to New York. 1-2 pitch, and Higashioka belts one to left, going back. Laureano at the track, looks up, gone! Kyle Higashioka ties the game with a solo shot. Homering for the second consecutive game, and it's 1-1.
Well, Fried started the at-bat with a fastball in. Went to a breaking ball, moved it around, and was trying to go to that fastball in with 2 strikes. He did not get it there. left it about 3 or 4 inches on the plate. And the hot guy, the Padres get 3 RBIs from the 9-hole.
1-1, 2 outs. Top of the order, Luis Arraez. Infield hit, and he lines it back through the middle. Into center for a single. And Arraez takes a turn at first as Harris fires the ball in. And Luis Arraez 2 for 2. And that's 4 hits now for San Diego.
This guy can just flat out swing the bat. He can rake. First pitch fastball catches some plate, and he just drives it right back up the box. Doesn't try to do too much. Keeps the rally going for the Padres.
Arraez at first, a short lead. Fernando Tatis Jr. an infield hit in the first, freed from the belt. The pitch. Swing and a miss. On a sweeper for strike one. It was Tatis hit that bullet right off the rear end of Max Fried in the first inning.
Don't think that's not roaming through Max's head right now.
Arraez a short lead. Olsen holding. Fried, the 1-strike pitch. There's a grounder dribbled foul off to the left. 0-2 on Tatis.
He's going with the sweepers. First at bat against Tatis through a curveball at 74 miles an hour. Sweeper, a little bit different shape. It's about 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock on the clock face. Curveball straight down.
0-2. And that's low. Lays off the curveball that time. 1-2 on Tatis. Tatis missed a good chunk of the season with a leg injury. Came off the injured list in early September. And he's hit 8 home runs since coming back. 1-2. There's a weak grounder toward third. Charging it. Urshela Fields on the move. Throws to first. Not in time. Tatis beat it out, an infield hit. And the Braves are saying, hang on a second, we want to take a look at this. Arraez gets to second with 2 outs. And Tatis 2 for 2 with 2 infield hits in the first 2 innings. The Braves will not challenge.
Good pitch by Fried. Gets the soft contact. Urshela is playing so deep over at third base. Just cannot get to it in time, and Tatis can fly. Got down the line quickly. I don't think I've seen this many infield hits in the first 2 innings of a game ever.
They have 5 hits, 4 infield hits, and a home run. 2 on, 2 out. Jurickson Profar batting right, lifts it back over the screen. 0-1 and a foul into the first row of the second deck behind the plate of this 3-tiered ballpark. Switch hitter batting from the right, Profar. Arraez at second, Tatis, the lead runner at first base. Fried, 1-strike pitch. And that's down and in with a fastball. 1-1 on Profar.
.36 pitches, and it feels like every one of them have been under duress.
A lot of traffic. The 1-1 pitch, an inside-out swing, looped foul down the right side into the netting, past where the rolled-up tarp would be if there actually was a tarp on the field here at Petco. But it never rains here in San Diego, so they don't need one.
That's why I like working with you. You notice things. I mean, you just assume there's a tarp on the field nearby somewhere down the lines.
1-2. Runners go. Swing and a bouncer over the mound. Albies near second. Fields has no play. Bobbles it, picks it up. Arraez dancing off third. Dives back into the bag. And another infield hit for the San Diego Padres. The ground attack in full force. 5 infield hits in the first 2 innings.
That is just beyond frustration. And I was wondering if there might be an obstruction call at second base. Tatis is running hard coming in. Albies has to run by him and avoid him at second base. And that throws his play off a little bit, so the ball clips off of his hand. But I don't think he was going to get the runner anyway.
Mound visit for Braves pitching coach Rick Kranitz.
Yeah, this is one of those conversations where it's like, can you hit somebody's bat a little bit more so that they hit it hard enough to get to your guys?
Now the plate umpire, Phil Cussy, going to break up the meeting. So Machado, with the bases loaded in the first inning, struck out. More traffic for Max Fried. And as Greg highlighted earlier, Machado just 1 for 17 lifetime against Fried. That one is a home run. They're loaded with 2 outs in a 1-1 game. Fried, the pitch. Swing and a liner to left. That's a hit toward the line. Arises in. Here comes Tatis. Being held at third is Profar. And Machado cruises into second base. A 2-run double. And the Padres take a 3-1 lead.
All this has happened with 2 outs. The home run by Higashioka starts everything off. There's 2 outs, nothing going on. After that, infield single, infield single, infield single. And Machado finally gets off. The first time he faced him, I'm talking about Fried, it was curveball, curveball, fastball. This one he goes with a sweeper, leaks out into the middle of the plate. And Machado's like, I've seen enough of those.
Jackson Merrill, the hitter. Profar dancing way off third base. And a fastball powered through the zone at 97 for a strike. That's 5 straight 2-out hits for the Padres.
They're going to have to move Urshela closer to third base as Profar is going to walk in at stolen base at the home plate.
Profar at third, Machado at second. The 1-strike pitch is skied out of play behind the third base dugout into the second deck, and it's 0-2 on Jackson Merrill, a fielder's choice in the first. 3-1 Padres. This rally started with 2 outs and nobody on. Runners lead. Fried from the set. And the 0-2 to Merrill. Low and away with the sweeper. It's 1-2.
Something to think about right here with Profar getting so far down the line. This ball gets into the dirt and skids off just a couple feet. He might be off and running.
1-2 on Merrill. Profar dancing off third, and Fried steps off and bluffs him back. And as Profar dives into third base, even though Urshela was not close to the bag. And now Profar extends that lead again. Fried from the belt. The 1-2 to Merrill. Swing and a ball drilled out towards center. Harris going back. Still going back. It's over his head, and it's up against the wall. 2 runs are in. Merrill flying around second, digging for third, and he dives in with a triple. 5-1 Padres.
I'm going to give a little tip of the cap to Profar because I cannot describe the distraction that a runner halfway down the third base line is to anybody. The left-handed Fried cannot really see him, but he sees enough of him and where he's at. It's distracting. That fastball was left middle of the plate, down, and Merrill hammers it. 5 runs with 2 outs.
9th batter of the inning is Bogaerts, and he takes a strike on a curve from Fried. It's 0-1. 6 straight 2-out hits. Merrill at third, 2 away. 5-1 Padres. Some activity. A righty is up in the Atlanta bullpen. The 1-strike pitch, and Bogaerts goes the other way. Hangs up there for Soler. Backing up a few steps, makes the catch straight away right. Side retired, but the Padres score all 5 runs with 2 outs. We're through 2 in San Diego. 5-1 Padres. This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
MLB The Show 24 lets you take control, forge your legacy, and dominate the diamond. Unlock your moment, seize the spotlight, and own the show like never before. MLB The Show 24 is available now on PlayStation consoles, Xbox consoles, and for the Nintendo Switch system. Rated E for everyone. Officially licensed by MLB Players, Inc.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards golf lessons to become a scratch golfer.
Progressive cannot guarantee that you will ever become a scratch golfer. Scratch golfers are really, really good. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, and sure, you could put that money towards lessons, but if you can't hit the broadside of a barn and think you're going to become a scratch golfer, you're delusional. Sorry, just telling it like it is. Savings? Maybe. Scratch golfer? Don't hold your breath.
Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. It's universally accepted that golf is hard. Progressive cannot guarantee improved performance on the course.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust new Febreze car vent clips, now with 3 times greater scent control, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with new Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing, which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
You're listening to the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
5-1, the Padres with the lead as we go to the third here in Game 2. Along with Greg Olson and our ESPN Radio crew, Roxy Bernstein with you. And a 2-out, nobody on rally, and the Padres plate 5, leading 1-0 in this series. And now up 5-1, Murphy, Arcia, and the top of the order, Harris for the Braves in the third.
You just sit there and you look at it, and as a pitcher, you're going, okay, I'm getting a lot of soft contact, but then game on the line, Machado finally squares one up. Higashioka, another solo home run, and then the Merrill triple was just devastating.
Sean Murphy leads off the third. The Atlanta catchers had a rough season. Powerful right-handed batter as Musgrove drops in the curve for a strike. 193, 10 homers for Sean Murphy. And he's had an injury-riddled season that really hampered him, and he's never recovered from it. 0-1 pitch, up and in, 1-1. Murphy, who's been an all-star, a Gold Glove winner, career-high 21 homers last year. But he got hurt in his second at-bat of the season. 1-1 pitch, and Murphy takes it low and away. And Murphy just 4 for his last 46. He missed 49 games with a left oblique injury. And he came back in early June and just has not been the same this year. Musgrove the 2-1. Murphy takes a strike. Curve 2-2. And Murphy, who will turn 30 on Friday. Came up with Oakland and traded over to Atlanta. The 2-2. Swinging a ball topped foul off to the left.
You're looking at it, and you know, I spent some time being injured. You come off of it, you're a little bit behind where everybody else is at. You start rushing to catch up, but I'm looking at his numbers. He's hitting 170 against fastballs. That's just not going to get it done at the big league level.
Musgrove, first base side of the mound. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. Struck him out on the sweeper. Second strikeout for Musgrove, and since giving up that double to Harris, Musgrove has set down 7 straight.
Yeah, that's about what we expected out of Musgrove tonight. Leadoff double got him. Nothing much after that, and he has settled in, and then his offense gives him 5 runs of support.
One gone. Here is Orlando Arcia, right-handed batting shortstop, takes a fastball for a strike on the inner half. 0 for 3 last night. Arcia 5 for 27 with a homer against the Padres this year. Musgrove, the 1-strike pitch. That one's looped foul off to the right into the crowd. Second deck up above the Padres dugout first base way. And it's 0-2 on Orlando Arcia.
Musgrove is utilizing sweepers, a couple of curveballs. It have not seen very many fastballs at all.
0-2. Swing and a miss, elevating. There was the fastball at 95 for the punch out. Third strikeout, 2 away.
He's been starting a lot of these right-handed hitters off with sweepers, getting that easy strike one, give me breaking ball. And then after that, he's going better sweeper, curveball, and then putting them away with fastballs up out of the zone.
2 outs, top 3, 5-1 Padres. Michael Harris, the second, doubled and scored in the first. The left-handed batter takes the sweeper outside for a ball. Musgrove got off to a slow start this year, then spent time on the injured list. His first 10 starts through the end of May at an ERA at 5.66. 1-0. And that's high. It's 2-0. But then his next 9 starts since coming back off the injured list in the middle of August, up until the end of the regular season, a 2.15 ERA in his last 9 starts. Musgrove the 2-0. Harris takes a strike on the inner half. 2-1.
Over 100 points difference from those 10 starts to those last 9 starts. Opponents are hitting 195 since he came off the IL.
Lefty Dylan Lee is up in the Braves bullpen right now. It appears Fried may be done. 2-1 pitch outside. Sweeper missing. It's 3-1.
Knowing that you're trying to play tomorrow night as well, and your bullpen has been stressed out for the last week, I'm giving Max Fried a little bit of a leash. Go out there, you get into any trouble, you're done. I'm bringing somebody else in.
3-1. Harris swings and he drills it foul off his front foot, and he's hobbling around home plate. Got it off his front foot. And he's hunched over on the first base side of the home plate area with those lime green spikes he's got on.
I think that's a good call, lime green.
You think that the magnetic force of those lime green spikes pulled the baseball toward his foot?
I mean, as soon as he hit it off of his foot, he just slammed the bat straight down, just continued to swing into the ground.
Speaking of feet here at Petco Park, I was here 2 weeks ago when Jose Altuve fouled the ball off his foot, and the umpire didn't see the foul and just called him out because he was thrown out at first base when he took off his spike and showed his bare foot to the home plate umpire. Fouled straight back by Harris, and we'll do it again. 3-2 on the Braves center fielder. And of course, Jose Altuve immediately given the heave-ho by the plate umpire here that night, Brandon Miller.
See, the problem now with all these new shoes, the old days, you would have black shoe polish.
Again, the 3-2. Harris swings and got under it. A pop-up behind the plate over toward the first base dugout. Higashioka makes the play on the warning track near the on-deck circle to retire the side as Musgrove has retired 9 in a row. We go to the bottom of the third, bottom of the order, coming up for the Padres. They lead at 5-1. You're listening to the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Hey everybody, Bob Stelton here for Johnson Fitness and Wellness, where I got my home gym. Now the difference? Their expert staff. They ask great questions like, what are your fitness goals? What kind of space are you working with at home, and what's your budget? Johnson Fitness and Wellness experts get you the right machine for your home gym dream setup. And right now, in-store only while supplies last, mention this ad and our listeners get an indoor cycle for free with Select Force USA Home Gyms. Shop stores in Bellevue, Tacoma, Linwood, or visit johnsonfitness.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and I have had my share of sports injuries, and I know a little bit about pain. Well, that's what football will do to you from head to toe. But you don't have to play professional sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that's where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine comes into play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Don't let pain stop you from enjoying life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. That's right, your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your own body's healing potential. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
New pitcher for the Atlanta Braves as we go to the bottom of the third. 5-1. Padres leading it in Game 2 after they won 4-0 last night in Game 1. Dylan Lee, the lefty out of the pen, will face Solano, Cronenworth, Higashioka, the bottom of the order for the Padres after Max Fried lasted only 2 innings tonight, giving up 5 runs on 8 hits with a couple of strikeouts. Rough outing for Fried, the Southern California native. Donovan Solano, a ground out in the second. Lefty Lee delivers, and he misses inside with a slider for ball one. So Dylan Lee takes over here for the Atlanta Braves, and the 1-0 pitch is down and in, 2-0 the count. 30-year-old lefty Lee. Right in the middle of the rubber. Only from the stretch, 2-0 pitch, and that just missed off the outside at 94. It's 3-0. Going back to mid-June, Lee has been really good. He's put up a 1.76 ERA since. And there's a strike poured in there. It's 3-1. Three and one. Dylan Lee the pitch, and that's fouled back by Donovan Solano in a full count. As Lee pitched in game 2 of the doubleheader on Sunday, went a third of an inning. In that must-win game for the Braves. Final game of the regular season to get into the postseason. 3-2. Fouled back over the screen into the second deck. And we'll do it again. So Lee, who worked both Sunday and Monday, and now making his first appearance of this wild card series. 3-2. Solano swings and got under it. High towering pop-up in back of third. Backpedaling onto the outfield grass is Urshela, about 10 feet fair, about 5 feet into the outfield grass, and he makes the catch. One gone in the home third.
Lee fell behind and was able to get back into the count, using fastballs down in the zone. And then on the 3-2 pitch, slider a little bit elevated, but that has been his go-to pitch.
One out. Jake Cronenworth struck out in the second. Left on left matchup. Lee the pitch, and Cronenworth bunts at it back toward the mound, fielded in front of the hill. Lee spins and fires to first to take care of Cronenworth, 2 away. Here comes Kyle Higashioka's homered in each of his last 2 at-bats. He homered in the 8th inning last night, homered in the 2nd inning tonight. A right-handed batting catcher. 2 outs, nobody on. 5-1 Padres, bottom 3. Dylan Lee, the pitch. And that's in there for a strike and a good slider from the lefty. It's 0-1. Homers in his first 2 postseason games this year. Swing and a miss. And a high slider, 0-2 the count on Kyle Higashioka. Lee the pitch, and there's a weak grounder. Skips over the mound near second base, scooped up by Albies. And from the edge of the infield grass, throws out Higashioka, and Dylan Lee a 1-2-3 third. We're through 3 at Petco. 5-1 Padres leading the Braves. This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC. I'm Pat O'Keefe in studio as the Padres lead the Braves 5-1 heading to the fourth. The Padres, like the Mets, looking to wrap up their wild card series tonight and advance to the National League Division Series. Mets have a 3-2 lead over the Brewers in the bottom of the sixth inning. Mets got a couple of runs in the top of the second, an RBI single by Francisco Alvarez and a sac fly by Francisco Lindor. But Milwaukee's pen has held the Mets scoreless through 2 1/3 innings. Elsewhere in the American League, Detroit sweeps Houston 5-2, and that's the subject of today's trivia question. It's brought to you by Dr. Pepper. With that result, the manager for the Tigers, A.J. Hinch, becomes the second skipper in Major League history to defeat a team in a postseason series that he previously managed to a World Series title. Who was the first manager to do it? That question is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. So the Tigers advance, and so do the Kansas City Royals, sweeping Baltimore. 2-1 the final score in Game 2. Back to Petco Park and Roxy Bernstein and Greg Olson.
All right, Pat, 5-1 Padres on to the fourth. Ozzie Albies leads it off and fouls a fastball straight back from Joe Musgrove. Albies, Ozuna, Olson for Atlanta in the fourth. 5-1 Padres. A 5-run second inning and trying to sweep this series after winning 4-0 in Game 1 last night. Musgrove, the one-strike pitch to Albies. And a curve is looped foul off to the right. In the first row of the second deck up above the Padres dugout. 0-2 the count on Albies. Ground out in the first. He just looks uncomfortable, Greg, batting against right-handed pitching from the right side of the plate.
Yeah, he's really been trying to swing early.
0-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. Sweeper biting away. 4 strikeouts for Musgrove, 1 gone.
And that's why. He doesn't want to get those breaking balls that are running away from him. So he is trying to swing early in the count, get a fastball. He got one, missed it. A very uncomfortable hanging slider. There was almost a defense swing for strike 2, and then that one was just nasty, diving off the zone.
1 gone in the fourth. Pitch number 40 upcoming. Marcell Ozuna, sac fly in the first for the Braves. And the right-handed batter takes a fastball outside. At 92, it's 1-0. So Joe Musgrove, an injury-interrupted season, but since he's come back from the IL, he has been terrific. And playoff Joe, as he's known around here. The 1-0 pitch grounded left side to his left. Scooped up Machado, takes his time, slings it on to first. 2 gone to the Braves' fourth.
Nice, easy, get me over breaking ball. 1-0 count for that pitch. He had been 31 out of 40 for strikes. He is really dominating the zone and doing what he wants to do every at bat.
Matt Olson, the batter, 2 outs, nobody on. 5-1 Padres in the fourth. And Musgrove kicks and delivers. And that's his ball just missed inside and a cutter. 1-0 the count on Olson. 4 previous postseason starts for Musgrove. Why he's known as Playoff Joe. A 2.89 ERA. 1-0 pitch to Olson, floats outside on a curve. 2-0 the count. Came up big in the Padres run under Bob Melvin back in 2022.
Eliminated the Mets. And this next start, he eliminated the Dodgers.
The 2-0 to Olson. And a curve drops in there. Called strike 2-1. Last night, Padres pitching 15 strikeouts in the shutout. No walks. Musgrove has retired 11 straight after a leadoff double to Michael Harris as Kyle Higashioka goes to visit the mound. And interesting time to go visit the hill considering it's 2-1 on Olson. Here with 2 outs as the pitching coach Ruben Niebla will join the meeting from the first base dugout.
Well, those guys know each other through this whole season, and if Higashioka has seen something, a flinch, something that led him to believe that Musgrove has a little bit of discomfort, he came walking out right away when he's seen it. And that's what it looks like right now. Musgrove's trying to take a deep breath, and I can't tell what happened. I'm not going to speculate, but there's some concern on the mound right now.
Some stirring in the Padres bullpen. And Ruben Niebla, the pitching coach, now Mike Schilt, the skipper, along with the athletic trainer for the Padres going to the mound, as earlier this season, Musgrove went on the injured list with a bone spur in his pitching elbow. And that sidelined him. And he came back in the middle of August after going on the injured list in early June. And covering his mouth so nobody can read what he's saying with his glove and talking to the athletic trainer. 5-1 Padres, 2 outs, top of the 4th, nobody on, and a 2-1 count on Matt Olson. And so Mike Schilt also talking to his pitcher, some nodding from the athletic trainer of the Padres. And Musgrove is done. He's coming out of this game. So with 2 outs in the 4th, Joe Musgrove forced out of the game with an apparent injury. And that means San Diego will have to go to the bullpen. And keep in mind, they have Yu Darvish in the bullpen should they want some length from somebody. If we get to a Game 3 tomorrow night, Dylan Cease will make the start. But now, because of the injury, forcing Musgrove from this game, that means whoever comes out of the bullpen for the Padres has as much time as needed to get ready.
And nobody was even moving down in the bullpen, so this is going to be a complete fresh start. Somebody warming up, playing catch, getting onto the mound, getting into their rhythm. It usually took me about 15 to 20 pitches to get going from dead cold. You got to add a couple more.
And looking at the replay, there was nothing, at least Musgrove didn't tip off that anything was wrong. And Kyle Higashioka picked up on something, but Musgrove wasn't laboring, wasn't favoring anything. He just kind of did a stretch with both hands into the air while standing on the hill as he was getting set out there on the mound as if he was going to throw the next pitch. And then Higashioka came out, and when that happened, Musgrove went down the backside of the hill, and probably in some frustration, knowing he's coming out of this game.
Like I said, I don't even want to speculate. I've had enough things that pulled me out of games. Couple serious, couple not so serious. A rib cage pull. You want to throw a couple more warm-up pitches to see if you can. If it's something with the arm, you don't want to throw any more warm-up pitches.
So coming out of the bullpen for San Diego will be the right-hander. Brian Hoeing will be the new pitcher. And again, because of the injury forcing Musgrove out of the game, Hoeing will be given as much time as needed to get loose.
Musgrove was on cruise control too. Just hard to believe that quick. But it has happened to almost everybody that stood on a major league mound. At some point, something hurts and you can't go anymore. It's just frustrating when Musgrove was throwing so well at that point.
He'd retired each of the last 11 batters prior to Olson here after giving up that leadoff double. And the Braves had a 1-0 lead after a half an inning on the sac fly from Ozuna. And Atlanta got off to a good start, and it was 1-0 until the bottom of the second inning with 2 outs and nobody on, and that's when it all unraveled for Max Fried, who worked his way out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam in the first, did not allow a run. But then in the second with 2 outs and nobody on, the homer from Kyle Higashioka, his second in as many nights, was the first of 6 consecutive hits for San Diego. And the big hits that followed, the 2-run double from Machado, the 2-run double off the bat of Merrill, and a 5-1 lead for the Padres after 2 that chased Fried. Musgrove was cruising, but now forced to leave the game here with 2 outs in the 4th. And the new pitcher, Brian Hoeing, for the San Diego Padres.
You know, it's kind of a bizarre situation. The whole Padres defense has left the field and gone into the dugout.
Get off their feet. So the 27-year-old righty Hoeing, 34 games this year, a 2.18 ERA. Pitched with the Marlins, broke in with Miami in 2022. And was traded over to San Diego with Tanner Scott in a deal that sent 4 players to South Florida in that trade. And Hoeing has pitched very well. And
yeah,
we were talking to Mike Schilt. We have our manager meetings before each game, and he actually brought up Hoeing's name last night. When you think of the Padres bullpen, you have guys like Suarez at the back end. And the deal they made to get Jason Adam over here. We just mentioned Tanner Scott has pitched well. Jeremiah Estrada, Adrian Morejon. And for a lot of people, Brian Hoeing has kind of been a forgotten guy, but clearly not to Mike Schilt to bring up his name in our meeting yesterday.
No, that was impressive. And Hoeing had a 2.70 in Miami, comes over, and since he's been traded, he is sitting at a 1.52 ERA here in San Diego in 23 innings. I mean, only 14 hits. Opponents are hitting 173. And you get to bring this guy into the game in the 4th inning, knowing what's behind him in that Padre bullpen. These guys are loaded.
And he inherits a 2-1 count here with 2 outs, and Matt Olson, the batter for the Atlanta Braves. The Padres, who won behind Michael King with a brilliant performance last night, winning 4-0 in Game 1. Homers from Tatis and Higashioka last night. And then tonight, leading at 5-1 here with 2 outs in the 4th. The righty Hoeing, only from the stretch, first base side of the mound. The tall, skinny righty in the pitch, and Olson skies it out of play. Olson is 4 for 6 lifetime against Hoeing.
You were sitting in the bullpen. Musgrove is on cruise control. You got your jacket on. You're watching the ball game like the rest of the 47,000 people here, and all of a sudden the phone rings and
2-2 pitch. Olson taps it foul at the plate.
And you're walking into a major league game.
In your playoff debut.
Yeah.
So 4 for 6 against Hoeing. And Olson trying to get this Atlanta offense going. 2-2. The pitch. And that's low and in. Splitter in the dirt and a full count.
Hoeing's got a 4-pitch mix. Sinker he throws 50% of the time, slider, split, and then a very occasional 4-seam fastball.
Olson does have a homer against Hoeing in that 4 for 6. 3-2. Swinging a ball, skied into the twilight. Tough sky right now. Twisting and turning, backpedaling in a shallow left center, and a one-handed casual catch by Bogaerts to retire the side. We're headed to the bottom of the 4th, top of the order coming up for the Padres. San Diego leads the Braves, trying to close out Atlanta. 5-1 Padres. This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Now with the MLB app, you can get baseball your way. Pick your favorite team, your favorite players, and get customized highlights, stories, and breaking news right on your home feed. Follow the action with Game Tip, where 3D replays add another dimension. Plus, notifications can keep you connected to every pitch, every hit, every game. The MLB app. Baseball your way. Download it now for free from the App Store or Google Play. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
You're listening to the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Top of the order for the Padres. Home half of the 4th at Petco. San Diego leads at 5-1 with Greg Olson. Pat O'Keefe in the studios, our ESPN Radio crew. Game 2 of this National League Wild Card Series. The Padres looking to close this out. The Dodgers await the winner of this series. and the National League Division Series, which will start Saturday evening at Dodger Stadium. Arise, Tatis, Profar against Lee here in the home fourth. Left on left, Dylan Lee delivers, and a slider that dips down and away for ball one. Arise, a couple of singles and a run scored. He's 2 for 2. 3 straight batting titles for Arise in 2 different leagues. 1-0 pitch. And that's in there from Lee for a strike. Won it in the American League in 2022. The National League with the Marlins in 2023. Started this year with the Fish. Traded to San Diego. Won it with the Padres. So 3 straight teams. 1-1. Pulled on the ground sharply over the bag at first. Scooped up by Olsen. And from foul ground, angles toward the first base bag for the out. 1 gone.
Never been done before. I mean, you think back to the old days when a guy wins a batting title, he's staying with that team forever.
Yeah.
You know, and going back, that's the first batting title here in San Diego since Tony Gwynn in '97, and he only won like 8 of them. But they don't go anywhere. It's just bizarre in the world that we're in right now that you're trading a guy that wins a batting title the next year.
Here's Tatis, 2 for 2 with a run. A couple of singles for him as he takes a strike on the inside edge at 95 from Lee. Well, he became one of 3 guys to win the batting crown in each league. DJ LeMahieu won it with the Rockies and the Yankees. Was the last guy to do it. Strike at the knees to Tatis at 96. And it's 0-2. Top 3 hitters, or top 5 hitters in the Padre lineup tonight have gone 8 for 11. Is that good?
That's really good. I mean, Tatis is feeling really good about himself, and he hasn't hit a ball past the pitcher yet. Well, he hit the pitcher.
Lee, the 0-2. Swinging a bullet in the center. Sharp single. Tatis turns that around. He turned around 97 and smacked it into center field. Hit number 9 for the Padres. And a 1-out base runner for Profar.
Well, the first 2 pitches of the at-bat, Tatis was frozen on fastballs. He was waiting for a Dylan Lee slider, which I said he throws quite a bit of the time. So Lee's reading the situation, and he goes, so I can sneak an 0-2 fastball by him, and you can't sneak.
Big mighty cut and a miss by Profar on a fastball.
You can't
0-1 on Profar is 1 for 2 with a run. 1 out, Tatis at first, Olsen holding. Lee the pitch, Profar skies it. Behind first, Olsen going out in a shallow right. Crossing into foul ground, makes the catch along the line in fair territory. And that was a nice play that Matt Olsen made. That is not an easy play with his back toward home plate. Olsen able to drift with it and make the catch. And that's a Gold Glove first baseman over there, showing you why he's won a couple of those. And there's 2 outs and Tatis at first. Here comes Brian Snitker and a pitching change for Atlanta.
Olsen
so Dylan Lee goes inning and 2/3.
Olsen made that look remarkably easy for, it's like trying to catch a pass over your shoulder, and he's just drifting along with it and very comfortable with the fact that this is going to be a fair ball. If it drops, there's trouble.
New pitcher coming in, a righty for the Atlanta Braves. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th, 5-1 San Diego. This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
I'm Pat O'Keefe. They have gone to the bottom of the 7th inning in Milwaukee. The Mets still holding on to a 3-2 lead over the Brewers, trying to close out that series in 2. They are 9 outs away. And guys, keep this in mind. Mets closer Edwin Diaz, should they need him tonight, 26 pitches on Sunday, 40 pitches on Monday. How much would he have left in the tank? Back to Roxy and Greg.
That new pitcher is Daysbel Hernandez out of the bullpen for the Braves. 2 outs, last of the 4th, 5-1 Padres. Tatis at first for Manny Machado, a 2-run double. In the 2nd inning as he takes 96 from Hernandez for ball 1 down and away.
Hernandez got 2-pitch mix, slider.
1-0 fastball, low and away. It's 2-0.
Slider four-seamer, had 33 appearances in Gwinnett AAA. And this is his 18th career game.
2-0, and that's in there for a strike with the slider. It's 2-1 on Machado. And Hernandez, who has the red spikes along with the red glove. From the belt, Tatis leads at first, and the disengagement as Hernandez steps off. Inning and 2/3 from Lee. He's responsible for Tatis at first. 2-1. Swing and a miss. Pulling off the slider was Machado. It's 2-2.
Batting average against that slider from Hernandez is 179 and a whiff rate of 34. It's a nice slider, diving down and late.
Machado takes in the dirt a slider. Full count here with 2 away.
Well, they're trying to give Machado a different look. He's seen 2 lefties already. Excuse me, he's seen Fried.
3-2, swing and a ball drilled but hooked foul. Into the top deck, down the left field line, just to the left of the Western Metal Supply Company building in the left field corner. And that was about 25 feet foul in about halfway up into the top deck. Again, the 3-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Got him with the slider, side retired. 1 hit, 1 left. Through for it, Petco in game 2. 5-1 Padres. This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything, like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and saute. That's Desmond Howard level versatility.
Huddle up, the food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. At Mattress Firm's Upgrade Your Sleep sale, save up to $600 and get a free adjustable base on select Sealy mattresses, all with free and fast delivery. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
On to the 5th at Petco. 5-1. The Padres lead the Braves. Trying to close out this wild card series. The Dodgers get the winner. If Atlanta can come back and force a game 3 tomorrow night, and it would be a winner-take-all game 3. But a 5-run second right now. The difference for the Padres, a homer from Higashioka, 2-run double from Machado, 2-run triple from Merrill. Soler, Laureano, Urshela against Brian Hoeing in the 5th. Right-hand batting Jorge Soler looks at a strike on a slider from the righty. Ground out in the 2nd for Soler. 5 runs, 9 hits for the Padres. 1 run on just 1 hit for the Braves. 1 strike pitch, swinging a ball, hit in the air to center. Back is Merrill. He's onto the track. It is gone. Long home run, straightaway center. Jorge Soler crushes one to the deepest part of the ballpark here in San Diego. 5-2 Padres.
Well, you're starting to think that this offense for the Atlanta Braves had to start doing something, reel in a couple of runs. You don't want this thing to get late with the back end bullpen of the Padres. And Soler gets a sinker, and I'll call it a hanging sinker up around the waist. And as soon as he hit it, he didn't leave the box. He admired it a little bit because this ball was obliterated.
Right-handed batting Ramon Laureano bounces one foul past Matt Tuiasosopo, coaching third for the Braves. 0-1 on Laureano, who struck out in the second, but Jorge Soler, a homer to lead off the 5th inning for the Braves. Hoeing delivers, and that's a splitter down low to Laureano, 1-1. 5-2 Padres. Hoeing only from the stretch. And the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Over the top of the slider, it's 1-2.
They're probably going to try to get Hoeing through this inning and then start getting into their main guys, 6th, 7th, 8th. And Suarez for the 9th.
1-2. Hoeing the pitch. That ball rifled foul past Tuiasosopo at third base. On a line drive from the right-handed batter. Laureano looking for his first hit of this series. He is 0 for 5 so far. 1-2. The pitch. And Laureano lays off. Slider down and away, 2-2. Brian Snitker during the inning break telling our Buster Olney that Fried came out of the game. That line drive he took off his back